Hi Hannah, how you doing?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. How are you doing other than the saber tooth?
I'm doing okay, to be honest. I've been focusing so much on the conversation that I'm autopiloting this game at the moment. I don't know what I'm
Nice.
doing, but it's a game that I've kind of liked for a long time, so it's all good fun. How is life in your world? Do you want to maybe give a brief introduction to yourself for those who don't know you?
Yeah. My name is Hannah Olamadia. I'm a variety content creator over on Twitch. I'm a Twitch ambassador. And I do a little bit of fundraising around playing different games.
You sure do. I like you're the Tiltify queen as far as I'm concerned.
Fun. Yeah.
You introduced me to Tiltify back when we did some cats protection stuff.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
so
that's true.
it's
I
way
just
back at the start
it's
of the
so good.
pandemic.
Oh God, yeah. It's been. We basically fundraise less this year because, like, obviously, cost of living.
Yeah.
But from the start of the pandemic, we were fundraising at least once or twice a month, sometimes like three for loads of different causes. Galop being one that I think we did in the August fundraiser that I created,
I remember,
like,
yeah.
which was basically it was like 30 days of fundraising for different charities, which was an absurd idea to do on my own. It was a lot of fun. So many people supported it. So many charities got money.
Yeah.
But I would definitely say if you're going to do a ridiculous project like that, don't do it on your own. It's
Yeah,
too much.
I was like
Yeah.
24 hours is is enough for me.
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
only imagine what coordinating 30 days worth was like. Um,
Yeah.
But no, that's really cool. So I mean, I suppose worth asking the question: how did you get into like just doing so much fundraising? You like, I mean, Sky's in chat saying, yeah, a little bit of fundraising in quotation
Yeah.
marks because you've done
Oh.
loads.
So technically award winning for the most, was it something ridiculous like I think it was 2020 was the
Yeah,
most fundraisers on Twitch, which is an award I co-share with skinny legend Trixie Mattel for
yeah,
some weird reason. I don't know why, but I'll take it. Thank you. No, basically I've always done fundraising, even as a kid. I did like the Blue Peter packs you could send away for to do the bring and buy
yeah, yeah,
charity things. So I always did that with like brownies and guides, or like scouts. If
yeah.
you whatever I can't, yeah, scouts, isn't it, in the US? Um, and so I've always done fundraising. And then I did fundraising with a network I was in, but I also was doing solo fundraising for a couple of different charities then. And then we got to, I think it was the month before the pandemic, or maybe a
Hmm.
couple of months before, and we had the Australian bushfires.
Yep.
And then the month after that, we had Black Lives Matter. And then the month after that, we had the pandemic. And I think it sort of kept rolling, as in like at least every single, I think, fortnight really early on. It was like, there's something that needs fundraising for.
Yeah.
And I was very lucky at the time to be in a very good position. For some reason, there were so many generous PR and dev teams out there that were like, we'll give you game codes to give
Mm.
away with charity stuff. So that just sort of like steamrolled for a bit. So we were just
Yeah.
doing that. It's like, what's the charity of the month? Excellent. And there's a couple that I'm like an ambassador and patron with anyway, so they would get slots in the calendar. So I just ended up doing this mentality of we'll do at least one charity a month. We do a nice little Planet Zoo fundraiser, so
Yeah.
they get to donate, and they get to choose the animals of the zoo, name the animals in the zoo, and so we build this like community zoo up until the point the save breaks because it can't contain the charity anymore,
Brilliant.
and then we start again. So it's just things like that, really, and it wasn't intentional, and it's just something that happened. But I really like doing it, and I will continue to do it until the point that I'm unable to, for whatever causes a needed support, which arguably there's so many.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
No, that's amazing. Like, I mean, again, it's something that is like, as a smaller content creator, I look up and like I really do admire all of the work that you do because it's like intense because you're streaming 5 days a week most of the time, aren't you?
Yeah,
And
and it'll be 7 hours probably for a stream as well.
yeah, so like the amount of effort and like coordination that goes into something like that is absolutely phenomenal. Um, I realize I've absolutely I'll promise I'll get into the swing of things when we get to like hour 18, and then it'll only be a couple hours left. But I forgot my icebreaker question again. No one's reminding me in chat. But like, what's something that you're particularly proud of this year, and what is your kind of like? Do you have like a goal for next year? It can be
Oh
about
Lord.
streaming, or it can be about something else. I know
Well,
you've got a
so
wonderful garden as well, so.
oh God, I do. So like the garden is kind of one of those things. Well, the only things that especially during the pandemic, my God, well, the only things that was like not work related or not gaming related because they're so like linked intrinsically.
Yeah.
Even when you're not working, you're like, oh, gaming, thinking about the games.
Yep.
So this year I've started. Well, I got invited to do a podcast, which is called the Gaming Lobby.
Nice.
Third episode came out 3 days ago, I think
Awesome.
it was. So that was really fun because I love doing things like podcasts, but normally I'm the one editing them, and that sucks all of the joy out of it for me.
Yep.
So I like to be able to, with this, like people are bringing notes. We're talking about the topics in advance. We're bringing the notes, and it's like, hello, here is actually a reason, my English degree that I basically haven't used for like 12 years. Here is a reason for it. Like, here are my notes on horror tropes. Let's go.
Oh, brilliant.
So I'm really enjoying doing that. So that's kind of like a good little thing that has happened this year, just on top of just some really cool things. I've got to work with some really nice companies and so forth, and some fun games. I actually, the whole gaming industry at the moment in terms of the games that we're having coming out, like the variety, and like just from indie all the way up to AAA, like playing God of War Ragnarok at the moment. It's just beautiful.
Very jealous. I'm waiting for that PC port. I'm like,
oh my God, I hope it comes soon. Like for everybody, I hope the PlayStation ports that are coming come sooner.
Yeah,
because like it's so good. And then for next year, not a streaming thing, although it will affect streaming thing. I'm trying to get through an ADHD diagnosis.
Nice.
So that's on the waiting list, but I've got to do all the forms and obviously sit and have a little chat with someone at some point.
Yeah.
And just look into that a lot more, basically, because like it's a very late diagnosis.
Yeah, I think that's. I was gonna say that's probably on my list as well. I'd love to get something like that because it's something that like you look at the NHS waiting lists and unfortunately they're.
It's a weird one because like normally Scotland's better for healthcare, right? On the NHS. Sometimes, not always.
Yeah.
But
sometimes.
The right to choose thing, just actually the fact that you can't do it anywhere outside of England is really sad because it's an online service. Like, come on now. It's really sad because it obviously means that loads of people are recognising neurodivergency and aren't able to get those answers potentially as quickly. I mean, I appreciate that it may still be a long wait, but at least I have the ability to get on that list without having to pay for it.
Yeah, that's fair. Keith saying in chat, we don't have to pay for prescriptions, but like still the wait, like it's waiting times that are the biggest pain. They always are.
That's true.
But so like no, that's really good. I mean, like the stuff that you're doing, the podcast, I'll have to tune into that. I'm interested in that.
You'll have to let me know if you think it's terrible or not.
No, I mean, like, to be honest, it's something Joy, who's going to be joining us later on, we've started a kind of podcast as well. We've done, like, we kind of do it, we film it on Twitch, and then we just rip the audio out, and, like, I edit it slightly, and then we just shove it onto Spotify, but it's, like, it's good fun. It's nice having like it's kind of content creatory, but it doesn't feel as like do Twitch like make schedule. It doesn't feel
especially as I'm not involved in any planning for it. Like as I said, this is the only time that I've not had. All we do is decide the topic and I turn up.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
I know. It's like, is this what? And like the other two hosts, it's like I guess a professional audio place.
Yeah.
So like they know what they're doing, and they've got like an editor and a producer, and I'm like,
Oh,
hello,
that's
there's like multiple people involved. What? This is amazing.
that
So
sounds like
it,
bliss.
I know. So I don't know. We'll see if it does well, if it ends up being like a regular feature, etc. But the fact that that's even happened is really fun.
Nah, that's really cool. So I suppose like pivoting slightly onto the world of Gallup and the work they do, I have been asking pretty much everyone for their kind of take on it, but like approaching this from like viewing services that are like tailored to specific people, because obviously there's kind of broad brush like mental health charities that are great, and obviously that they end up getting split into like individual support kind of once you've passed that first wave. What do you think of like, you know, like do you have anything to say about the charities that are like tailored specifically to a group of people? I think it's fair to say you probably think they're necessary and good, but just to hear your words around it.
Yeah. Obviously, like we need to be more inclusive as a world, really, don't we? And unfortunately, that does mean potentially creating services and support if other places can't give them. Um, it's yeah, and I what Stephen was saying was basically summed up everything. Like there needs to be that like cohesion and communication as well, because if you can't, you need to create spaces that are welcoming and that are understanding, and not just like roll out the same thing that you think works for people, if that makes sense. You know, like the stamping,
Yeah.
copy paste. Oh yeah, we'll do that and that and that. So no, I think it is super important, because people also need to feel like valued in that, don't they? So if you can't do that, and you can't provide that humanity, I guess, then what's the point of what you're doing?
No, I think that's a really good way of putting it actually, because like I mean, obviously you've worked with lots of charities, I imagine,
Mm.
and like to be honest, you've probably encountered charities at like different levels of maturity when it comes to um, maybe the service they provide, but also then like taking advantage of the kind of the digital like content creator world. I mean, I dare say that you've like met charities that have had no idea what Twitch is prior to you like talking to them, versus maybe some that have quite like, you know, people are like now hiring content creators like for charity streaming. Like I've seen that like come up quite a lot. I suppose it's like, do you feel like there's been a kind of like a wave of charities now beginning to understand the potential of Twitch and things like that?
Yeah. Yes and no. I think like there are some that absolutely understand the potential. They understand like the fact it is community and all of that. And there are some that are just like money, dollar signs, right?
Yeah.
That go, I can take advantage of this space and the fundraising, but not necessarily realize the people behind it. So I've had you're right that I've had calls with charities, and I've had calls with charities that are incredibly switched on, even if they don't really know what Twitch is. They've, you know, maybe gone home and chatted to their child, or something, and just been like, I don't understand, but can you at least explain some of it? Who turn up to the call, are willing to listen, will take things on board. And some of the follow-up calls that I've had with them, because I haven't gone like, look, you need to pay me consultation, because it's like
Yeah.
it's a call for an hour over Zoom, innit?
Yeah.
It's not like, and also I feel as well that yes, if you were gonna get a content creator in to do like extensive stuff, and that does include building like campaign models for you, hire somebody, right? But if it's just a call, you want to do like a little focus group type thing, in theory, you should find a couple of people who maybe have the time. The important thing is like obviously treating them like people, don't pester them if they're not around.
Yeah.
But no, I've had some fantastic ones who are just like, yep, okay, hear what you said. We've come back. Here's like 4 different models. Which one should we do? And I'm like, actually, all of them are amazing. You just need to put them different times of the year.
Yeah.
This one will basically run itself if you just have it set up and just leave it. And then I've had other ones that are just kind of like they're not good, as in like they won't necessarily listen, and they still want to do their thing, even if it doesn't necessarily translate to a Twitch space. the like yes but kind of answers.
Right. Yeah. No.
Yeah,
That.
those
Yeah.
are they're few and far between. They are out there, and but those tend to be like the really traditional ones that have definitely no place. Like they've not had any communication with really any social media stuff. Um,
Yeah, it's
but
it's
yeah,
interesting how there is that there's just there's some out there that is like notoriously difficult to get them like to consider,
mm,
like Twitch is like a kind of opportunity, or anything like that. But I mean, in like luckily in my experience, all of them have been like pretty
I
good,
99% of
because
them are fantastic.
yeah,
And like things like Tiltify have really helped. I found as well. Just because I could be like, look, could you if you go sign up at Tiltify, like a nice person will talk to you and explain certain things about how that platform works. Like
yeah,
there are other things you can sign up for, like the crowd control thing, which I think the charity does have to give them a bigger cut to use.
yeah,
So that is a case where if you are a larger charity, you
you
might
can,
want to opt
yeah,
into it. Yeah, you don't have to. But the fact that any size of charity can hop on, like there are charities that I know that are in like Florida
hmm,
that are basically run by a group of university students that have turned it into a charity that
okay,
are in their like second year, and
yeah,
they're on there, and so you can like fundraise for them. You've got established charities, so like the internet and the online fundraising platform has been amazing in that I have been able to reach out to different in fact no, I don't even need to reach out to different size charities. I just go, hello, give me fundraising link, go.
yeah,
And that's another good thing because sometimes it's anxiety inducing to talk to charities,
mm,
especially if you're maybe a smaller streamer and it's your first charity stream.
yep,
It's an additional step you don't necessarily want to have to do, right?
yeah.
So sign up, perfect, job done, fundraise, sorted.
I think I think
Yeah,
that's what I like about Tiltify's approach in general is that they make it accessible for both the charities to sign up, but also the streamers to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna just do a bit of fundraising,
mm,
because they're quite open on their front page and stuff about like any size of streamer doesn't matter. You can do a charity stream if you want. You don't need to
mm,
have 80 people viewing you regularly in order to like pull one off. And I think
yeah,
that I think that means quite a lot to people when they start to go and explore those as options.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I suppose when like what I'm just wondering. Obviously, like a lot of the stuff that I'm doing here today kind of stems from like absolute allyship, I suppose, or my attempt to be as best an ally as kind of like possible. And I know that you've done similar work for LGBT charities and all the rest of it. For maybe the people out there who are allies, I asked this kind of same question to Luke actually. Was like what would you see as being like a good step forward in kind of allyship? How can you be the best ally you can be without necessarily invading the space or taking up space or you know speaking over people, I suppose.
Mm. Oh, so that the fun part about ADHD that just happens anyway. So like that is like as part. That's why I'm like, let's get this diagnosis sorted so that I have better coping methods for that. Because at the moment I just have my hand over my mouth
Mm,
sometimes, and it is about having to recognize that, like not specifically the ADHD bit, but the fact that it's like it. What is this space? Is this my space? Because also as a woman in gaming there is also an additional conversation sometimes about that.
mm-hmm.
So there is a moment of like sometimes you have to take your space in a specific bit, but it's also recognizing that that is separate to someone else's space. You have to abide by that, respect that person, and like a lot of it is kind of observing
Mm,
instead of just sort of
yeah.
diving in, if that makes sense. I mean, it is. I'm babbling slightly because it's kind of a hard one to.
To be honest, it was a deliberately hard question. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
I mean, no. It's
Uh,
because it's a difficult one because the basic answer is just shut up and listen.
mm,
And that is sometimes really difficult. I admit that it was probably a little shit 10 years ago. And So I probably would not have taken what is very constructive criticism in the same way as I would now.
Mm.
And that's been a learning experience as I've gotten older. Like, I'm not in my early 20s now, I'm in my mid 30s. So I think a lot of that comes with age and experience. God, I sound so old, and I'm not.
No, you're not. Not at all.
No, it's very difficult because obviously social media as well. Like, if you take even like just people who mean to be dicks to you out of the equation,
Mhm.
because it's a lot of it's text based, and that you can obviously people can get misunderstood and upset. Things like sarcasm, you know.
Yeah.
Taking every other like actually problematic thing out of there. So it's kind of about learning with a lot of that to just sort of step back and just be like, look, this is not my space to, because I see things like on social media, I see people apologizing for being racist, right? And the comments from people are like white dudes forgiving them, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you're supposed to do that.
Yeah.
In what world do you have the right to speak for this community? And that's the thing. It's about platforming those people, ideally with as little input as you can give that gets in the way.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, again, that can be difficult. Sometimes the inner Karen does have to potentially come out in order to protect someone else's space. But it is about, and that is it. That's always hard, is recognizing when that has to happen.
Yeah.
So it's like sometimes, am I helping by defending this person, even if it's literally just commenting something that's like, dude, that's not cool, or is this drawing attention that the person does not necessarily want because they're handling it?
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Yeah, and
So,
also it's about like learning, reading resources, stuff like that. I've still not read so many books that I've bought, but there's an entire culture around all of these spaces that, by not only like listening to other people, but also like looking at resources, like, you know, even just basic stuff like Paris is Burning, right?
Yeah.
If you want to understand the early like dance drag culture, trans women, like any of that stuff that came out of America from that era, go and watch it, you know, like educate yourself. And that's something that I think allies will always have to do. Well, ideally we won't, because we won't need to be allies because there won't be bigotry and all that out there. But until that point, we just have to keep trying to do the best that we can.
Yeah. I think that's kind of the attitude I took in when I first started doing kind of like charity streams. It was like there will be times where I know I will absolutely slip up and like fuck it, but like being able to move on, like apologize and move on, and like continually learn is like such an important part of like being an ally. It's like,
Yeah.
don't ever think that you know it all, because you're just never going to be in a position where you do. Plus things evolve all the time as well, so it's better to actually be in a position where you can be like, well, I'm not going to just guess things. But no, I think that's like it's a good thing to be able to do. Sorry, I was fighting a saber-toothed tiger there, and like my mind was just like it was just as you do, you know.
Yeah.
And Luke said something quite interesting in the chat there, like even as a queer person, you're always kind of learning. And I think, like, you know, obviously, like, it kind of all kind of comes back to like, you know, everyone is their own kind of individual, so you're always going to be able to learn.
Well, I think as well, without bringing the mood down too much, we've lost a lot of LGBTQIA plus history from various places, including deliberate destruction. So it is about marginalized communities not only having to like sometimes find themselves, but also reestablish historical context, like archaeology. In that we're still finding signs that, you know, our concepts of gender and roles and that have changed and been fluid throughout. I was going to say space and time,
but I mean,
yeah. Why not?
Absolutely.
So it's something where it's like it's almost a twofold process, because you've got to look back and also forwards and try and almost, I guess, merge this image. and then also work out who the heck you are as well. So yeah, I think in a way all of us are learning. It's just what are we learning? Are we learning to be better allies, or are we learning our space and who we are?
Yeah, I think like it's really I find it interesting knowing what I know now and looking back at like the historical interpretations of stuff. Like
Oh my god, yeah.
it it's like such a it's
Oh,
like such an eye opener. Like I mean, I like the kind of the basic one being like the amount of like medieval notes in history where it was like they were a gay couple.
oh
It's like, and
yeah.
it was not. It's like it's the kind of Sappho's friend. How many best friends over the course of human history have been like well relegated to being friends as opposed to having their relationships kind of like identified for what they were.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
and it does add a whole new kind of like spin on it, which is like is good and kind of forms part of that kind of always learning. Skies put something interesting in chat. So also, any community is inherently made up of smaller communities. My experience as a queer person in the UK is very different to a queer person in Middle East or Asia or even France.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
yeah, that's 100%. Um, I've got to like pulling the conversation back slightly. Hannah, have you ever played Ancestors?
No, I have
Oh,
not. Like, for
it's,
some reason I've missed it, but
it's
oh god.
so it's by the creative director of the first couple of Assassin's Creeds,
Oh
um,
right.
and they founded their own studio and have made a game where you evolve through the whole of well you evolve through something like 10 million years of history, which is kind of cool. It's why I'm
Hmm.
cutting about as a monkey at the moment. Um, but eventually you get to learn to be like bipedal, so you can like go from yeah exactly you can learn to stand. At the moment I'm
Congratulations.
slightly hunched, but one day I will be bipedal. That's just the thing. But if you're looking for a fun game to just cut around with, you're more than welcome to play Ancestors. There's a suggestion for you on your stream.
Oh
Although
yeah, noted.
I imagine with like a lot of the new games coming out and stuff, like what are you playing at the moment?
Oh my god, what am I not playing? So what have we got? We've just finished Gotham Knights,
Cool, nice.
which I loved. It does not deserve any of the nonsense that it got at launch.
Right,
They
okay,
patched any of the weird bugs very quickly. I played the whole thing as Red Hood, and I had a fantastic time.
nice.
And we're swinging back for all the old Batmans now,
Oh, brilliant.
so it kind of works quite well.
Yeah,
Um,
that's nice. Does
what
it
else to
does it
say?
follow on from the Arkham series, or is it a separate thing?
Completely unrelated.
Okay, cool. That's
So
nice.
you can go into it quite nicely, having not played them or whichever. So we're starting with Arkham Origins because it's the same
That's the
dev studio
cool.
and it's the Christmas one, so it
Yes.
makes the most sense.
No, that's cool.
Yeah, and then what else we did? God of War Ragnarok,
Yep.
Midnight Suns, which
Oh, nice.
is
XCOM.
awesome, so
Yeah,
good.
I've heard it's for Axis, isn't it?
It is for Axis,
Oh, nice.
with like Marvel, obviously
Yeah.
giving them permission to do all the things. There's like they've got actual like voice acting in it because it's weird because it's for Axis, so you can see the genes of XCOM in there.
Nice.
But they've also got this really comprehensive RPG bit where you're like, la la la, I'll just run around the Abbey training area and I'll have a little chat.
Oh.
Blade and I are going to have a hangout, which is going to make him happier about working with me, which will buff his attacks. And now I'm going to go over here and work at the forge. And it's
Oh,
weird
that's
because
cool.
it's like it's so much fun, but you're like, this is for Axis, what's happening? And then you have all these voice actors as well. So like
Yeah.
Yuri Lowenthal's playing Spider-Man. Hell yeah.
Okay,
Like,
nice.
love it. And it's just a really, it's been a nice little storyline. We've Chat and I discovered that there were two witches who the implications in the text were roommates.
Okay.
So that's all very lovely, and we're exploring the backstory of what's happened there.
Nice.
And oh god, what else we've been playing? The Devil in Me, which is the new Dark Pictures anthology game, which is
Yes.
very House of Wax meets Thor.
Okay, nice. I've played all of the Dark Pictures on stream. I've not played that one yet, but is it good?
Oh,
How does it hold
it's
up to the
I
others?
would say it's one of the strongest.
Okay,
I don't know why. I don't know if it's ticking the right horror that just sets me off, but it
right.
is. They've
Because I
managed to
I
get
loved Man of Medan. Man of Medan was
yes, yeah, yeah,
probably
yeah.
like the top for me. Um, the third one was a bit too action based for the horror to come through, but
I mean they were going for Alien, weren't they? So
yeah,
I can kind of see where I enjoyed it.
yeah.
I but it yeah, this one this one is like you've got the creeping tension. They've added like more parkour options, so you're a bit freer to roam, which means you do end up
Oh.
going, is this a bad like help? Um but then there's also these really good jump scares, like the actual there's like chase sequences and the dude is walking at you, all of that, and you're
Nice.
like, oh. So really, really good. All the jumps have got me, which doesn't happen a lot with horror.
I feel
So
like horror
yeah,
games have entered a stage where I'm not as surprised with jump scares. But yeah, I'll like
yeah,
I was kind of hoping to get the Callisto Protocol. I'll probably wait a wee bit, because I was hoping for
yeah.
like another kind of horror thing, because I'd heard a wee bit about that. Unfortunately, I was actually gonna buy it like yesterday to like download and just have, but then I'll probably hold off until they get a couple of
Mate, I've
patches.
bought it. I've got to
Oh,
play it on Monday.
oh, nice.
I'm
But
I'm praying that my PC, because there's apparently loads of issues with it on PC. I'm
yeah.
praying that my PC does play it, but
There was
yeah, we'll
people who
see.
were, I think they were saying that like a 3080 on launch was like 20 frames per second, but they have
Oh,
released a
good.
patch since then.
Oh, good.
So they've patched. They see that it was like a shader issue with like the
Yeah, no, that would make sense. So there was a weird Nvidia issue, like a load of corrupt drivers a couple of months ago or something.
ah,
And some games with shaders appear to have gone weird. I played a different game like a month ago. Actually,
okay.
are you playing the Chant?
Yes, I'm playing the chant.
Yeah.
Yes.
That so
Okay.
many issues, like memory leak level shader issues, or mostly going back to the Nvidia
That
patch.
in
So
fact
I maybe it's
that's
a thing.
Oh, oh, thank you so much for that. You solved. I had a problem
Ah,
when I was streaming it where OBS would crash because it was like it couldn't encode fast enough.
yep.
And I was saying to Jazz, like, I really hope this doesn't happen during the 24-hour stream.
Nope,
But that
it's the game.
it's the
It's something
game.
about the game. Bless
Yeah.
them. I really enjoyed it. We pushed through. I discovered if you put it at 1080p on
Right.
low settings, I could tab out of it, let whatever issue was happening just disperse,
Ah.
and then like play on for another maybe 5 minutes. In some areas, absolutely fine. It was weird. But I did enjoy it, and I kind of hope that dev team do something. I think they just
Yeah,
I think
it
they
was their first
launched
game,
at that
wasn't it?
time. Yeah,
Yeah.
like
So
the concept and that was great. It's very Evil Within, Silent Hill, Resident Evil, like retro times.
yeah.
Wander around, find the keys, open the doors.
Yeah, no,
Um,
I thought
yeah.
the general premise of it is good. To be honest, I've like anything with a cult can always be quite funny.
Oh
Like
yes,
it's
we
always
love a cult.
we love a cult. It's always like quite a good it's just quite a good like experience because I found it had this kind of like double A jank to it, which was quite
Hmm.
nice. And
Yeah, it's
I
welcoming, isn't it? It's
yeah,
weird.
it's
Nice.
it reminds me of picking up like a 360 game and just like
Yeah.
going with that. Cool. Right, so I think we've got another speaker coming on soon. Keith, can you give me what specific time that is? I'm wondering if there's enough time to go for a piss. Because I really need one.
I think we might have overshot talking about stuff. So you might. I'll go. You go
Oh,
to the loo.
oh, thank you very much. No, thank you very much for your time, Hannah. Do you want to like do any sort of shout out? Obviously, Hannah's a streamer on Twitch as well, so do go and check out Lamadia, the channel. But if you want to shout anything out elsewhere, Hannah, feel free.
The Gaming Lobby podcast. Why not? Should be on Spotify and all good podcast areas.
Awesome. If like I dare say someone else is managing the thing for that, but there's a distribution service that me and Joy use that put it out on all of the podcast bits kind of for you. But anyway, I'm gonna go in peace. So lovely seeing you, Hannah, and I'll catch you in a bit soon.
Yeah, good luck with the rest of the stream. Bye, everyone.
Thank you very much. Bye bye. Oh, piss. Need to piss. I can see. I said I can see. Oh, hello. I'm back. I am now not filled with piss. I saw that we had a couple of donations through there, so it means more jelly beans. Looks like we're doing jelly beans in waves. And we are only 300 quid to the next goal. That is awesome, folks. So, thanks everyone for donating. Dragon's Child, Feckin' Egypt, Corvus 2014, and Lamadia, Hannah, you get to choose the horrible jelly beans that I'm getting to eat next. So feel free to tell me them. I was debating putting my sad lamp on because it was like super it's super bright. But Abby, I believe you're joining us now.
Hi. Hello. Hi. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing not too bad. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm in the middle of babysitting at the moment, having a bit of a random day, but don't worry, somebody else is looking after the baby right now, so I'm free to chat.
No worries at all. Thanks very much for taking the time to join. I was wondering if you would like to maybe say a wee bit about yourself, to introduce yourself to the audience.
Yeah, so my name's Abby Garton Crosby. I'm a political reporter at The National, so we are the only pro-independence newspaper in Scotland, and I've been there since just before the Holyrood election, I think in 2021, so you know, I've been there for a wee while now, and doing lots of stories, obviously, on the GRA, which is going through, and lots of things like that, obviously, because it's one of the big bills at the moment that's hoping to get passed by the end of the year. Brilliant. So, aside from the usual independent stuff, that we do, so that's me, and I'm a journalist.
Brilliant. No, thanks very much for joining. And chat's kicking my arse because I've missed it on nearly everyone that I've spoken to. But like, we've got an icebreaker question, which is what's something you are proud of doing this year, you've achieved this year, and what's something that you want to do next year? Oh,
I don't know. Like, what have I done this year? Hey, I tell you what I'm proud of being able to do this year. I can finally finally make my way around the Holyrood Parliament without getting lost.
That is an achievement. It's got all these nooks and crannies, doesn't it?
It is actually so difficult. I got lost in the basement at one point this year, and I was with all the other reporters, and I was like, if we get in trouble, I am blaming you because I don't even know how to get in. Like, I don't even know where I Everything for people who haven't been in the Parliament. It is essentially all concrete, wood, and glass, and everywhere looks the same. And sometimes corners don't really look like corners, but they are, and it's really hard to get around. So yeah, I'm very glad I've managed that. What do I want to achieve next year? I don't know. Get through the year probably.
I feel like that question has had a really similar answer for like I'd say that's probably 4 years now. It's like I have so long as I get through this one.
Yeah, it's like there's like no like massive historic. Well, to be honest, that's kind of opposite for me as a journalist. So I would kind of want. I wouldn't want there to be no drama. Just the past 3 years, it feels like every like couple of months there's some historical.
No, that's very fair. It's like you see people who are like tweeting like, oh, I really wish I could not live through history for a bit. Can we have some time off? But no, that's fair. So like, yeah. So let's get through the year. That's the aim of the game. So thanks very much for joining. One of the things that has kind of stood out was one of your articles actually in the National was obviously there's been this kind of debate about Gender Recognition Act. When I say the debate about Gender Recognition Act, I mean there's been the use of like a UN expert to like kind of justify why gender recognition reform should not go ahead. And obviously you've kind of written an article that, you know, so like, you know, not all of these experts are really aligned though. And there's always going to be these, like, you know, there's an expert for every side of every type of debate. But I thought that what the professor that you interviewed said was actually pretty compelling when it came to like the reasons why. So maybe I was wondering if you could just give a wee bit of an overview of that article to people who haven't read it.
Yeah, of course. Well, it basically all stemmed from, as you're saying, your Sunday Times. Well, last Sunday, it must be Sunday. I'm sure it was Sunday. I can't remember if it was Monday or not. But they had written an article based that we did with the UN rapporteur, and her name is Sutherland. So she is the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women in Countries. Now, these rapporteurs are like independent experts, and there's a lot of them, and they can come.
Sorry, 1 wee second, Abby. There's a little bit of audio cutting in and out. I'm not sure if it's your microphone or anything like that, but I'm not sure if there's anything you can wiggle or.
Oh, can you hear me a bit better?
That was a lot better there, briefly.
Yeah, there we go. I'll stay outside then to spell it. I'm out in the north of Glasgow, so the signal's not the best. Sorry, everybody. I'll try. But yes, okay. So where was I? So yes. So the UN Special Rapporteur basically made these comments saying that it will have global significance if Scotland takes itself to be. Now, I immediately read that.
I'm sorry, Abby. There's just a bit. I'm getting bits of it. I'm not sure if there's anywhere else that you can kind of move to, or if do you have like headphones or.
I'm better. Yeah, that's better.
All right, okay. Better. Does it? So are your headphones AirPods by any chance?
They are. Yeah.
Right, I'm wondering if it's maybe better if you can like take them out and hold it up because I have the same problem with my AirPods.
Right, give me 2 seconds.
No worries. It's funny how I knew that was going to be the problem. It was the AirPods. It's always the AirPods.
Right, can you hear me better now?
Oh, much better, miles better.
Okay, excellent. Let's hope that this works. Yeah, the signal's not great where I am either, so sorry about that. Okay, so back to where I was. So the story came from a Sunday Times article basically saying from this UN rapporteur that self-ID, if Scotland took it on, it would have global significance. And basically that it wasn't just a UK problem, that there would basically be a whole world problem. Now, the first thing that I noticed about that when I read that article was that it didn't mention that it exists in 18 countries around the world already, which is kind of a big point. If you're trying to say that it has global significance, then you would assume that it would be the first country in the world to do it. Which we wouldn't be, you know, it already exists. So off the back of that, I knew that obviously that there was a couple of days later, there was a lot of feminist organisations and Amnesty International came out again basically saying exactly what this professor had said, which is, you know, there's absolutely no evidence of transgender people or like, you know, of the GR process being used by violent men basically to get a GRC so they can get into toilets and abuse people. It's basically this just mad misinformation that's somehow spread around. So I thought, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and speak to people in countries which already have self-ID and see what they're going to say about it. So, I spoke to a few people in Malta, because Malta have got kind of since 2015, they've had self-ID, and they've got some of the most forward-thinking like stuff for LGBT people and things like that, and they all said, no evidence of it here. And then I spoke to Peter Knut, who is a Belgian professor at the University of Ghent, and he basically said, he's done a lot of kind of thesis and PhDs on the human rights aspect of self-ID and things like that, because Belgium, before they had self-ID, they were quite strict with kind of what trans people could do. They had sterilisation as part of their process and things like that. It was really not good. So when they decided to do that in 2017, this is the interesting thing that Peter said to me was, when we decided to do that in 2017, it came into force on the 1st of January 2018, that it was quite soon after the terrorist attack at Belgium airport. Yeah. So the thing that was the issue that was brought up around when those GR reforms were being done in Belgium was that people were worried that terrorists would abuse the gender recognition system to basically disappear and get away from the Justice Department. So it was like, but it never even came up that, it was about, safety for women and girls, or like any invasion in their spaces, because Belgian feminist groups, as he basically explained to me,
didn't try and use it.
Well, he said all the Belgian feminist groups were like, they're all for bodily autonomy. Like, if you want to do what you want with your own body, then that's absolutely fine. That's, basically what their whole ideology is based on. So he's like, so they would never have disagreed with it anyway. Like, they just wouldn't. But he said, but actually the most concerning thing that actually during that conversation that we had, which is in the story, was that he said that he didn't know if Belgium would pass that now, because of what he called the terror force coming out of the UK.
Yeah, I think
basically, and all the stuff that's coming from that,
Yeah, I mean, I think like whenever we speak to people who are like whenever I've had chats with people who are looking into the UK, like obviously the joke about Turf Island, which is unfortunately something that like certain transphobes have they're using it as like a mark of pride, which isn't great. But I think it's really interesting to hear that it wasn't the line of attack from Belgian transphobes was different. Yeah. Like I find that interesting. Like they couldn't use the same thing because it wouldn't have passed it.
It wouldn't have worked with the feminist groups there, basically. They would have just been like, well, no, because trans people have always been allowed into single sex spaces with women. That's already been part of it even before. And obviously Belgium was more, they were way behind the UK. He actually said that the UK at that point was more trans friendly than Belgium was, but now it's completely changed. Yeah. So I mean, this guy's looked at it across Europe and things like that. He knows what he's talking about. It's just bizarre when you kind of speak to someone who's out with the UK bubble, and can just kind of say no.
Yeah. So sometimes it's good to get that perspective, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, there's a lot of interesting things that he said. Particularly, I thought about the feminist groups, because we have that is the main kind of issue here. That is basically what the whole entire argument is around, is single sex spaces, which as anybody will tell you who's probably worked in rape crisis and things like that, they've always been accessible to trans women. It doesn't make any sense to claim that that's going to be abused. And as a woman who has lived, I'm 32 years old now, I have only ever I've never had a circumstance where I've seen a man have to try and use some sort of front to abuse women or shout at them in the street or do anything like that. They'll just do it anyway. They don't need to go through an administrative process so that they can change the gender in order to do that. They're just going to do it.
So I think that's
it makes no sense to me.
No,
this is what my main bugbear with is.
Yeah, no, I think you raised some really good points. I think one of the things that has been really clear for the I would say it is it's been quite nice hearing it from obviously politicians, but it's people do not need to get a gender recognition certificate to abuse women. Guys are happy just doing that normally.
Yeah. I remember the first time as a young girl. I was really young, and I remember walking down a street in Dumfries carrying a box, and a big guy who was drunk outside a pub just started shouting abuse at me and tried to take the box off me because he was steaming. I mean, it was such a stupid thing. But I was maybe 12 at the time, absolutely terrified, crying home to my mum about it. Do you know what I mean? Guys are just going to do it in the street. Nobody intervened. I just had to run away. Like,
Yeah.
and I mean, I know that's obviously not an extreme example, but like, you know, things like that do happen all the time, and guys don't really need they don't have much stopping them just now, you know what I mean? So
Yeah. No, I think like it's a very good point to make, and I think it's one that I think like opponents of Gender Recognition Act reform really struggle to actually make a case against, because like there's no evidence that backs them up. So like there's a lot of the kind of like anecdotal evidence that gets then chucked around, particularly when it comes to like, oh, some prison somewhere had an issue, but it's not like, it's not based in any sort of like, there's no pattern to it or anything. It's like, I mean, there's always going to be bangers. There's always going to be people who, you know, aren't great, but like it's not, you know, it's not the,
but it's a tiny percent of a tiny percent, you know, as well. But as there's, you know, 49% of the population are men, like, so take your pick of how many of them are committing crimes against women. Like, that is the whole point about it, is the violence against women comes from men. It doesn't come from trans people. It's crazy that this is kind of the argument that we're in, but you can see that is basically, you know, when you're saying about they don't have the evidence for it, somebody had actually put under that tweet that I'd put out, they don't have the evidence because they don't want to collect it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? They collect data on everything. They collect data on, like, on what toothpaste you use.
Like,
do you know what I mean?
This would be probably the most documented thing if there was a pattern of it happening.
Absolutely. It's crazy to me that people say it's because they don't want to. Who doesn't want to? They collect it on literally everything. Like, I'm a journalist. I know this. I've dug into it. So yeah, that one always makes me laugh. It's a very funny.
So let's jump back to like your journalism. So like, obviously to get to the point where you're then, you know, you're interviewing people from, you know, other European countries. How did you start out your journalism journey?
How did I start out? Do you know why? I started out because of the independence referendum back in 2014. So I went to college in 2013 to study journalism during while the referendum was going on. So that's how I got into it. I went to City of Glasgow College and then went through to GCU, did my my degree there, and then got a job, and I've been working ever since.
Class. No. Did you start with the National, or like?
No, I didn't. I started at an agency in Edinburgh called Deadline. They're called Deadline News, so it's like a tiny little agency. And they did a lot of like order jobs for national newspapers, so like a lot of the tabloids, to be fair, so like Daily Mail and stuff. So I'd get sent out on like random jobs, and I got sent to Dundee at 10 o'clock one night to knock on somebody's door, like mad stuff like that. Was like my first job.
Nah, that's
so
cool.
It was good.
No, sorry.
But yeah, no, I've been international for a couple of years now, so
no, brilliant.
Not going out.
No, that's awesome. Sorry, just 1 wee second. We've just been raided. Thank you very much, Well Spoken Rambler, for raiding the stream. Very much appreciate it. Welcome, raiders. We're doing a charity stream. We're raising money for a charity called Galop here in the UK. They support groups they support people from LGBT backgrounds who have been experiencing things like abuse and violence and conversion therapy. So thanks very much for the raid. I feel like that's something I should just have recorded that I can go out. But no, that's really interesting. So like that kind of journey into the end. Of course, you've joined the National since then. What's it like working for the National?
Yeah, it's good. You know, I get a lot of free reign because we're a very small team, and obviously we're doing a very different job than probably most newspapers. That we have a very different, you know, things that we're looking for and stuff like that. So yeah, it's good. Like I go to Hollywood once a week.
Nice.
So I go on a Thursday for FNQ's best day, which is always fun. So I spend a lot of time. I get Bagsied the best day. I was like, I'll have that one. Nice. And then we just kind of like, we're quite a small team. So, you know, if there's something massive going on, then it's just everybody's got to pitch in and we all kind of help each other out and stuff like that. So it's a really good job. We've got a really nice team, lots of young people. We're pretty gender balanced, which is nice. I've been in a lot of basically completely male newsrooms in my time, and as a political reporter I am sometimes one of the only women around the table when we're kind of doing big sit downs with ministers and things like that. So you know, there definitely is something that needs to improve. So if there's anybody listening who's considering being a political journalist, drop me a wee DM on Twitter and I can help you, because we need more ladies and more diversity in the lobby pack, and I'm desperate for it.
No, that's brilliant actually, because like I think that is potentially one of the problems that we've maybe had when it comes to coverage around things like the GRA reform and everything like that is that it's there's not a lot of diverse voices in, I suppose, the Scottish media landscape. You could probably extend that to the British media landscape as well. But like, how have you found that? And obviously, I'm not expecting you to like shit talk colleagues, but
no, it's alright. I do it to their faces anyway. If you couldn't tell already, I just like I bam them up quite a lot. Like I'll walk up to them and go like, "Do you need a little bit of gender balance for your conversation here, boys?" Like that's kind of how I approach it, because they're all quite cliquey. You know, they all work for the same. They're kind of all unionist papers and stuff. So you know, I'm usually asking something completely different to them. And then they'll all use it anyway. So, you know, like, it's fine.
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
Yeah, it's alright. I mean, it's just one of those things. But I mean, it's not like they bully me or anything. Like, I have a good time in the lobby. I just take the mick out of them because they're all guys, basically. And it's like, because they're all like men in suits, and then I'll like rock up in my trainers and like a bright pink shirt or something. Just completely.
Hey, look,
opposite.
To be fair, that's much needed, to be honest, considering. Like, Like I think. I like having also been involved with the kind of politics side since 2014. Like some diversity in our journalism would be wonderful.
I know. I mean, I don't know if anybody remembers the picture that somebody took of Nicola Sturgeon, like at the council elections. It's outside Holyrood, and it was all the political journalists, and it was just all guys. And it was because I was off that day. I was actually howling because I was like, do you know what? I probably would have been there, but there still would have only been one woman. So do you know what? The point still stands. Like, I'm literally I mean, I'm not the only woman there. Like, there's Rachel Watson, who's at the Sun, and there's like, you know, it's a couple of ladies at the Courier, at Holyrood and stuff like that. But it is majority men. Like, I don't think we've maybe even 6 female reporters. You know.
Okay.
It's a bit weird.
No, that's very fair. So I suppose just when it comes to like obviously reporting on things like Gender Recognition Act reform and like your kind of approach to it, it'd be interesting to hear, like, you know, obviously we kind of see the sort of the, you know, like the kind of UK wide broad brush kind of like attempts at writing articles. How would you say, like, you know, your individual process or the Nationals process maybe differs? Because I think, you know, obviously the Nationals also been kind of criticised for platforming certain people. I'm not expecting you to start to talk about, you know, the actual company you work for, but like, you know, just from your own personal approach maybe to reporting on these issues, I'd be quite interested in.
I mean, I kind of approach it like I do every news story, to be honest, which is just that I'm gonna do it straight. I'm quite like that. I was called a straight operator at one of my old tabloid jobs, which is quite funny, which I think was not meant as a compliment.
But, it's bad when that's not meant as a compliment.
I know, right? So like that is just kind of how I approach things. Like I remember the first part of the GRA was announced in Parliament. I was the only journalist sitting up in the gallery for it. So nobody else like came up. So that's like one of the things. I just like make sure that I'm there, that I understand everything, and that like I make sure that I'm doing everything like straight and correct, and that there's no sort of like twist on it, because like, you know, it has to be straight. It is about an administrative process from my concern, and I do like get concerned about platform and, you know, people in the news stories. You know what I mean? Like it has to be, from my perspective, just the news aspect of it. You know, and obviously like as a paper, we're you know, making sure that we cover every aspect of it and make sure we cover it as it goes through. And you know, we've been doing a lot to include trans people's voices in the paper as much as we can surrounding this as well, so it's not just us talking about it, or, you know, as you said, about some of the commentators and stuff. We want to make sure that we've got a range of voices in there to talking about it.
No, that's really good, because I think like I think everyone in chat who's been in been looking at any sort of Scottish news or Scottish or British news side of things, it's quite tiresome how much it's spoken about by people who don't go and actually do any sort of digging. You know,
like a lot of the time there'll be a story on like everywhere else, and I'm like, we shouldn't run that. Just leave it. Did like the Times are running like 4 anti-trans stories this week. Leave it. Just don't do it. Like, they're just shit. Basically, leave it alone. Like that. That's the kind of attempt you've got to take, because you'll just see stuff come up. You're like, it's not even a news story. Where the hell have they even got that from? And what point are they trying to make? You know. So I mean, it's just basically keeping things small and standard. Really, like I have make sure I get
Nice.
everything myself and double check
That's-
everything here.
That's a good way of approaching it. I like one of the things that you said there that was quite interesting. So like understanding that, you know, there might be a newspaper out there or whatever that's doing like several anti like trans stories. Like
Yeah.
like it seems like it's interesting. Like, do you get insight on that prior to them doing it, or is this just like you know that they're going to be?
No, it's just me noticing it when I work a Sunday shift. Like, because I notice it more when I work a Sunday than if I work like a Monday to Friday, because we're short staffed on a Sunday, and I'll go around and like double check everything instead of just like looking for my own stuff.
Right.
So that is when I will mostly notice it, because I'll like go on the Times website. And I remember there were about like 3 Sunday shifts I'd done in a row where there were at least 4 stories on the Times Scotland, like the Times Scotland bit, that were related to GRA or related to trans, and like 3, and they weren't far between them, you know. Which is just crazy. But yeah, no, obviously I don't have any sources in the Times, so I don't know when they're coming. It's just for me noticing it from like reading it when I see it, you know.
That's interesting. It's interesting how that all works, because I think not many people know how like the news. We read it all the time, but we don't really see how it's like. We don't get the background knowledge. I did some work experience when I was like 15 at the Falkirk Herald, but that was about it.
Yeah.
That was as far as my experience stretches.
But
no,
obviously just when I say I'm doing checks, I mean like in the morning I start a shift, I will go around and read like all the papers to see what's going on. Like that's when I'll be checking, and that's when I notice it. So and there usually is something in the Sunday Times. It's like as if they're working on something every week, you know, which is just crazy. It's wild to watch.
No, it's really good. No, like thanks very much for coming on and having a chat. I'm
worries,
not going to keep you away
me.
from the babysitting side of things.
I know, I better go. I think he's sleeping on my husband, but I think I should probably go and relieve him.
No worries at all. Thanks very much for your time, Abby.
Thank you so much for chatting to me. No worries.
Cheers.
Nice to speak to you.
See you in
Good
a
luck
bit.
with the rest of the stream. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Bye. Hey, Lady Rampant, how you doing?
Hello, darling. How are you?
I am doing not too bad. I'm just going to fix your volume so you're at max for everyone. How are you doing?
Oh, that's fine. Do you want me to speak up a wee bit? I'm used to doing that, babes.
You're more than welcome to come at it however you like. How are you today? You doing okay?
I'm good, thank you. I actually get ready early for a show this evening.
Oh, lovely.
So I'm in drag right now.
Perfect.
And I'm doing a show tonight in Edinburgh, so busy.
Oh, magic. And what venue, if anyone wants to ditch this stream and then go and catch you?
Well, it's actually Christmas party nights
Oh,
with
brilliant.
a hotel chain in Edinburgh. And we did them last year. They were really, really good. And we're doing them again this year.
Ah,
And
fantastic.
hopefully no sort of lockdown interruptions this year, because there was a few of them last year, unfortunately.
Fingers crossed for you. But no, that's
Thank
really
you.
good. Thanks very much for joining.
No problem.
I'm gonna get my arse kicked by chat because I need to do my icebreaker question. So, is there something that you've achieved this year that you're particularly proud of, and is there something that you're looking forward to next year, or you want to achieve next year?
Oh, I love that. That's really good. Well, actually, I've just finished a project that was filmed over a couple days this week and over the weekend, which I'm not allowed to say what it is yet, but it was part of a television show
Brilliant.
that we filmed in Glasgow. So that's probably the thing I'm most proud of this year. And next year, what would I hope to achieve? Scottish independence.
Oh, now you're talking. I like that. That would be wonderful.
It would. Can I ask you the same questions? Am I allowed to ask you those?
Oh shit! No, I haven't prepared for that. I've only, I only prepared to be the interviewer. Okay, so stuff that I've done this year. Oh man. So
I'll put you on the spot now.
yeah, you absolutely have. You've completely gazumped me. Okay, so this year's been quite an interesting year in terms of a job. Unfortunately, I lost my job earlier this year, and then spent a period of time where I was surviving on Twitch, actually, because everyone in my community was really nice. But then I started my own company, and I now do contract stuff for a game studio, which I'm enjoying.
Oh,
I'm really enjoying at the moment. So that
lovely.
was kind of like, I didn't expect to be a quote unquote business owner at my age. But yeah, what's for you, I'll not go by you. And of course, other things. I've started a podcast with my good friend Joy, who's in the chat.
Oh,
So
lovely.
that's another thing I'm proud of. We talk about everything from current events, and independence comes up more than often. But we also do things like, films and games that we like. And then of course this stream as well. I'm always proud to do a stream like this. They're always good fun.
Yeah.
Stuff for
And
next
I mean-
year? Oof, no idea. But yeah, sorry, you were going to say something there.
Yeah, I was going to say this. It's really nice to be asked to do this stream and be part of it. Obviously, it's raising money for Galop, and I think it's just fabulous. It's quite an undertaking, and it's just really nice to be asked to be a wee part of it. So thank you for inviting me along today.
I'm glad you're here, because to be honest, the game and everything that I'm doing on screen kind of does fade into the background. It's always the conversations with the guest speakers that come
Yeah.
on that really make the stream what it is. So you adding yourself into the mix is very much appreciated.
Oh,
So I've getting into, I suppose, raising money for Galop. Obviously, it's an LGBT charity looking after people who have experienced abuse and conversion therapy and violence and all the rest of it. And I think from there's a lot to be said about each of those things individually. But I'm just when it comes to the actual tailored services for for individuals who are maybe from a specific community, just kind of gauging your thoughts on that. I think what's your thoughts on that kind of approach to things?
the approach that is for specific communities, or
it's for specific communities. So you can have obviously quite broad charities that try and cover a vast swathe of people, but then going into being kind of more specific in the services that they offer to individual groups and people. Hope
well,
I've
I
worded
think
that correctly.
I think they're a fabulous charity. I think any LGBTQ plus charity that we have in the UK or Scotland is incredible, and oftentimes may come under attack on social media and for a variety of wrong reasons. So I mean, I take my hat off to Gallup and the people that work there. In terms of the work that they do, I don't know lots about the work they do. I did know that they are a charity for victims and survivors of abuse. So I don't really know in terms of community support. Maybe they may already offer things like this, but resources maybe for people to use that are there that maybe, for example, for the trans community, or an example of male survivors of abuse, which I know that there was a law recently about that through Holyrood, or a bill about that recently. I don't know if that answers your question, darling.
No,
Sorry.
I think it does. It's a difficult. To be honest, I'm wondering if the question's actually phrased correctly or not. But I think, when it comes to having a charity that looks after and tailors this. So we had the CEO Lenny Morris on earlier, and she took us through what kind of services the charity offers. So there's lots of things that are maybe specific to things like conversion therapy by itself, which is a big deal in its own. But then you've got a domestic abuse aspect to that as well. You've got there's lots of different lots of similar but slightly different scenarios that people need help with and people need specific tailored support with. So yeah, it's more on that side of things, the amount of services they do, and then of course there's more things when it comes to the support that they provide with like politicians and doing research for things like Gender Recognition Act reform and the banning of conversion therapy, and a whole host of other things like that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think it's fabulous that they're covering so many bases. I wonder, just because I'm not familiar with the charity, and I'm sure they definitely do factor it in terms of intersectionality, with different protected characteristics, or someone might be LGBTQ plus and they might be from an ethnic minority background, who may also have experienced conversion therapy. So I'm wondering what or I would be interested to know their work and how that cross cuts different topics. For example, conversion therapy, or the discussion on I don't know, survivors of abuse. I just would like to know how that intersectionality factors into it.
no, that's a really good question, and I think if Galop are in chat, they'll probably be writing up a response right this second. But intersectionality's come up a good couple of times in the conversations already. We had Sarah on earlier who was talking about how the cultural differences when it comes to things like conversion therapy can obviously have a lot of impact, as well as just in general the cultural background. Some subjects being more taboo than others, particularly when it comes to things like mental health and other things. It's good to be able to have something that covers all bases. One thing that I can say, that Lenny had kind of mentioned earlier, was that like Gallup take quite a tailored approach to anyone in that initial meeting. Like from what Lenny was saying, is that like there's a initial like an assessment that people will go through, and like this, like I'm not sure about how broad base the Gallup services cover, but I imagine they would be wanting to align people with that. And Harley's saying in chat, actually, Gallup were great with me for accessibility as someone who's multiply disabled as well as a survivor of abuse. So I think it is something that they probably will like all factor in when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Amazing. No, I absolutely. I'm sure they would. I was just wondering, just out off the top of my head, how intersectionality fitted into it. But that's amazing.
It's a really good question. So on your side of things, let's like hear a wee bit more about you. So how did you become Lady Rampant? I need to hear this.
Well, I actually, so I have a law degree in Scots law from the University of Glasgow, and I grew up in Ayrshire, and when I went to university, I would probably say about 60-70% were from, or my colleagues in first year at uni were from private schools or really affluent areas, and I wasn't. So I felt a little bit out of place that year, and I thought, maybe I should drop out and do costume design and makeup, because I really enjoyed art at school, secondary school.
Yeah.
And then my mum and dad were very supportive. My dad said, yes, I think if you're not happy, drop out and go and do costume design and art and stuff. And my mum said, no, maybe you should stay. So I ended up siding with my mum. I stayed, and that Halloween, I thought to myself, right, I'm going to do a creative look. I'm going to do a really cool Halloween look, because it was always my favourite time of year. Nice. And over the years that kept going until eventually my family and friends were just saying to me, when is drag going to happen? When are you
hurry up.
Yeah, hurry up. Like they even started buying me makeup palettes and things and being like, on you go. So it was a little bit of a subconscious, it crept up on me basically. And then when I left university and went to do my master's abroad, I actually started drag in Amsterdam. And to me, it was, okay, this is it. I'm moving to a new city. Let's just give it a bash. And
Nice.
4 years later, we're here to tell the tale.
Oh, brilliant! No, that's fantastic. It's a really cool story, especially like the university experience, and then it's amazing that you've also got the law degree. I feel like that's class.
And I think obviously, a lot of the work that I do is with community groups or LGBTQ plus charities. Some activism and a lot of politics and independence stuff. And that's mostly just because when I was starting out in drag, I thought, okay, well, I'm maybe not the best dancer in the world. I've got a wee bit of Scottish humour and comedy and I can do that, but like, what can I bring to the table of drag? And for me, that was law and politics because that's what I was doing every day at university, coming home and then having to prepare for a show and thinking, okay, what am I going to do? Um, what am I going to perform? And at the time, it was Theresa May changing her mind on Brexit. And I just thought, you know what, I'm just going to do that. I'm going to perform a number with Katy Perry, Hot and Cold, and we're going to put Theresa May's voice on it. So that's an example of how it's just sort of my like university experience, the politics knowledge just sort of intertwines with drag now. And I love it. It's great. It's my recent performance that I've been doing is about the Downing Street parties and laughing at that.
Ah, that's fantastic. I mean, like, I think one of the things that, like, I think, like, politics allows you to have so much, like, there's so much humour involved in that, like, the shows must be amazing. Because I feel like there's something new every week that you can take the piss out of. Especially when the Tories are
I
in
need
charge.
to update the Prime Minister every week in my mix. We need to change them all the time.
That's brilliant. But, like, so how often are you doing shows? Is it just non-stop? I imagine this season's pretty busy.
Yeah, so this season is quite busy. Or like Christmas times, they always say drag queens are always busy at Pride, Christmas, and Easter. So usually when everyone's celebrating the holidays, the drag queens are working flat out. But yeah, this is my 9th show this week, tonight. So yeah, this week is particularly busy, and I work full time as well. So I took some annual leave this week so that I could do all the shows that I was doing. But usually it's like maybe like 1 or 2 a week. Not every week's as busy as this, but as you said, it is the festive period, so I'm run off my feet, or run off my heels, I should say.
I must admit, I really do like the fact that you took a wee break from work to go and do more work. That's something that I can completely side with you on. We did have a question in chat which maybe takes the conversation in a slightly heavier direction. But
that's okay.
when it comes to things like, obviously we've seen quite a lot in the media, both here in the UK as well as mainly in the US, but like the kind of the drag show kind of story times at libraries and things like that being cancelled. I'm just wondering kind of what your view is on that. If that's okay for you to delve into. Obviously it's shit and people should stop being arseholes, but I'm just wondering if there's anything you can kind of add on that side.
Absolutely, it's a lot of rubbish. It's absolutely a lot of rubbish. I know that this might seem like a regurgitated answer, but kids have been seeing drag for years in pantomime. Kids have been seeing drag on TV, especially now things with like RuPaul's Drag Race and all of these sort of more mainstream things that are happening are or socially acceptable things, i.e. a pantomime, are socially acceptable to some at least. Drag queens are essentially, we are clowns. Essentially, we dress up, we put on a wig and a costume and perform or read a story or do something like that. There's not necessarily, I don't know. I think there's definitely undertones to homophobia, transphobia in that, because if a character or a clown who was maybe from a straight background was going to a school to do something, the same questions wouldn't be asked. So I think it's a lot of rubbish. Drag queens, yes, we do work in nightlife a lot of the time. Drag culture originated in nightlife, but that doesn't mean that's where it is now. And I think people a lot of times judge drag queens that maybe they can't separate the two. I mean, I work in nightlife. I do shows that can go on to 5 a.m., but I also work with LGBT Youth Scotland. I work with Thai Scotland, and to me, I know my audience. I am completely separate the two. So when it does come to things like drag queen story time, it does anger me because maybe things like in America, maybe if we looked at the gun violence laws, maybe that would be more appropriate than drag queen story time and focus on the issues that actually people are getting shot and killed in America at an alarming rate. And really we are choosing to focus on drag queens wanting to entertain kids. Is that really what we should be doing?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's a very skewed discussion that runs deep with homophobia and transphobia and just queerphobia overall.
I mean, I would like it's interesting you say that and like the kind of the comparison with America because I do think that there's a level of it being kind of imported to the UK from the US.
Oh, into
Like-
Scotland, absolutely. Yeah,
Like-
there was Oban Pride, which I was performing at this year at the rescheduled show. Oban Pride, I believe, was meant to happen. When did the Queen die again? Whenever the Queen died.
September,
that's
I
when-
think.
Yeah, it's September. Well, you can tell I'm not a monarchist, but whenever the Queen died, Oban Pride was meant to happen and got rescheduled. And there was a drag queen that was supposed to be at Oban Pride who was meant to be doing drag queen story time. And there were protests in Oban against this. So it's in Scotland as well. It's these horrible tropes that we've seen before about like queer people are paedophiles or perverts and should not be around children. It's things that are just being regurgitated into another segment of the queer community. But like you said, yes, definitely being imported into the UK and unfortunately into Scotland as well. Particularly now with social media, people in comments on Facebook, people in comments on Twitter. These things can really blow up because of the sort of groups that are on social media.
Yeah, I mean, I think Luke's just mentioned in chat that drag story time in Dundee was cancelled today because of the usual suspects. And I mean, the usual suspects, I think at the moment in Scotland, they tend to be your kind of more your transphobic groups.
Yeah.
And like that there's like, but there's also there's folk that have been around for ages, and I hate seeing them because they tend to get, and I'm very very curious to know where they're actually funded from. But there's a group called the Family Party, and they're the most vile bunch of people like ever. But they always seem to have loads and loads of money for like YouTube adverts. But yeah, I think like it does seem to me anyway that there's quite a big there's quite a substantial kind of import that like. It's almost like American Christian right groups get the interest of certain people here and then just like bankroll them to the point where they can then like kind of become their own thing. At least,
Do you know what? I just think that's dead sad. You could be going out in life and doing amazing things, and this is what you're choosing to do. Like, really, I just think I genuinely pity these people. I really genuinely do.
I just want to add in. Sorry, it's me.
Hi, Sarah.
Just knock up. Hi there.
Hello.
Yeah. Hey there. So yeah, I just want to add that there's also seem to be it seems to be that this particular group that targets like trans people and everything, they also seem to also have like also some racial undertones as well onto it, because these are I have noticed it that these are also the same people that would target like ethnic minorities, and now for some odd reason they're using ethnic minorities to basically stamp on like stuff like like trans rights and the GRA and everything else. It's just they would jump on the bandwagon and stuff. It's just something that I have noticed about it because, and yeah, it is mostly all imported.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just only want to say that. Yeah,
No,
it is
no,
white
Thank you.
supremacy.
Thank you for adding that. Thank you.
It's the white supremacy aspect to it, and I think like this is like, I mean, if we really want to like take it to the next level, then like obviously there's a lot of misogyny regarding like they always talk about the testosterone level of like female athletes, and you'll have whether they're we have like Caster Semenya is a really good example of that, where you've got this very white take on what's the right testosterone level to have and all the rest of it.
I just want to come back onto that right here. And there's one thing I do actually, and if any politician is actually watching this and is trying to support like the GRA, anyone that's watching this and saying like, oh, look at the testosterone level. Well, did we completely forget about the trans weightlifter who competed in the women's division and lost So I don't know why people are saying like, oh yeah, if this trans person goes and competes in the women's league, then that means it's going to be absolutely massively unfair. But I'm just kind of going like, well, no, that defeats your argument, doesn't it? And another thing is that we also have a trans MMA fighter. Now, they talk about testosterone levels, but their testosterone levels is absolutely zero. And because of that, they are bested by cisgendered women. So this whole and utter, I have to say, pish about like, trans women will actually degrade female sports and everything. And also, as a cisgender person who used to do martial arts and who also used to fence as well, I have never felt bested by, it's a sport. And if you're, it's just, if you get what I mean, it's absolutely utter shit. So just wanted to just say that right there.
No, cheers for that, Sarah. I think it's interesting when, I mean, I agree with you, and to be honest, it doesn't matter what gender you are, you can probably kick the fuck out of me. That's like, that's the take that I tend to go.
Nah, my wife can do that my wife can do that for me, considering I've got a blood clot. But I mean, right now she's actually working towards her black belt.
Good stuff. Yeah, so like Lady Rampant on the performance side, like has it like, I don't want to say has it come up, like the GRA side of it, like is that ever something that gets incorporated into your work, or like I know that it's different obviously, but like I feel like it kind of indirectly impacts your work based on like the readings and all the rest of it. You've got this group of people who just seem to have it out for everyone.
Actually, no, I have never done a performance on that. I mean, I probably could, but we have so many fantastic trans performers, drag queens, kings, drag things in Scotland, and the trans community who also perform, they do that quite frequently, and I think sometimes might even be better placed to do that more than me. So it's not something I've delved into. And also the whole discussion around GRA and the debate, which is the goalposts have completely moved away from what we should be discussing with GRA reform. It can be very traumatizing to a lot of people, and I don't know, although I do political drag and I perform political things, to me it is something that I've steered away from because it is so toxic at the moment. Maybe it is something that I could be incorporating more, but I don't really see in my mind a need to perform a number for money about the GRA. Like, yes, I would be vocal about that online, share resources, share information about what readings and what is the bill doing, what is it not doing. I'm happy to do that, of course, but I think that's different from performing a number for money when I'm not a trans person myself. So it is something I've stayed away from at the moment.
No worries. It was actually it wasn't performing. I was saying I was wondering if it was something that had came up in discussions either post performance.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said about a performance.
No,
sorry, darling.
I meant like during a performance or like after a performance, not at the subject. No, it's fine. That was my bad wording more than anything.
Oh no, don't worry, Dan. You've been streaming all day, so we'll let you off.
I've only been streaming for 5.5 hours. There's all day.
5.5. Come on. No, I mean, it comes up in discussions all the time. I do workshops with some of our LGBTQ plus charities that we have in Scotland, and there's a lot of trans young people there at those, and I've met a lot of trans young people, and I've gone out to schools and met them there, and they're sort of their LGBTQ plus groups, and it's things that they always ask me about, and I think a lot of the times, even though that we have a discussion about it, a lot of the times these kids are probably the people that know the most about this, and they're so clued up on it and so intellectually engaged with it, that it's actually quite heartwarming to see. But at the same time, it's a shame that kids at that age need to be thinking about these things and looking up legislation about I don't know, their healthcare, or how they can legally change their gender, and doing that in a way on their PC that their parents can't see. And that was something that a few kids spoke to me about. So yeah, it's an interesting one. It's great to see kids engaged with it, but again, yeah, it's a shame that this is where we're at.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, you said you do work with LGBT Youth Scotland.
I do, yes.
Is that
I do.
part of that work, or is there more to that side of it?
Well, I've done a few workshops with young people, and it's always in the presence of some of the youth workers or other adults. It's not a group that I go and do something with just purely on my own. It's as part of something with LGBT Youth Scotland, and that it depends, because sometimes the workshops focus on creativity and drag, and then other times there's been stuff on LGBTQ plus history and pride more generally. So these things do come up in discussion, but LGBT Youth Scotland does have certain groups and services that are specifically for trans people. So I'm sure those discussions happen in those groups, and they just only kind of pop up ad hoc or kind of occasionally when I'm doing a workshop or a session, which I'm actually doing one next week, which I'm really looking forward to, in Glasgow.
You jump everywhere. You're here, there, and everywhere.
Honest to God, I run off my heels, like I said.
So, what time's the show you've got tonight?
The show that I have this evening, it's I need to go and do a sound check at 6 o'clock. So if it's all right to let me go, I might jump away soon. If that's okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Thank you so much for your time, though. It means a lot to just have people like yourself on for a chat. Do you have anything that you'd like to shout out before you head off?
NDF to 2023, yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's something we can all agree on. Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for having me. And honestly, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. I hope to meet you in person one day, and good luck with the rest of the streaming.
Have a great show tonight as well.
Thank you.
Lily Rampant.
Bye, Sarah. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Sarah, did you get your icebreaker question asked?
No, I didn't. But I have something for you. You did not eat grass.
I did. I ate grass. I did.
No, you didn't.
I'll eat another one just now. There's a bunch of people who haven't sent me the actual flavour yet, so they need to up their game on that. The last one I got was dirt, I think. So, but there you go. I'm eating grass. Let's get the food vote on. Okay. So,
I hope you don't mind me coming back in. I know it's like a guideline, but yeah.
That's absolutely fine. I'm just preparing a poll just now.
Eat the grass.
I've ate it. I'm eating it. It's minging.
I know. Yeah, so, actually, yeah, Keith just posted up something on the Twitch chat, which, thank you very much, Keith. This is actually one of the graphics. So I want to come back on here to talk about these two graphics right here. So these are the two graphics that I did when I was the LGBTQ plus officer of the SMP Bing Network, which was utilizing the research that was... Actually, let me click on it just to make sure I got the right one. So yeah, it was utilizing the research that I got from the National Center for Social Research, highlighting about basically what the pandemic, we're still in the pandemic, sorry. So what the height of the pandemic has done to basically people of color, Bing people, and people who are asylum seekers and who identify as LGBTQ plus, how basically it actually affected them. So a lot of it is to do with loneliness, feeling anxious and fearful, and also shockingly bad, and also quite one of the things that leapt out to me was the rise of domestic violence, because they could not find, because of the fact of the whole isolation and everything, they could not escape. And it's also one of the things that Gallup has also highlighted. And there's also seemed to be an increase of like conversion practices that occurred during the height of lockdown, because they couldn't come out. And thank you very much, Keith, for posting that up. And yeah, I just wanted to bring in, yeah, I mean, I'm guessing Gallup also, if someone is actually all right to correct me on this, I'm guessing Gallup also has done like close research and work collaborating with the NAS and MAP Foundation. But yeah, I'm not too sure if Gallup charity is still on the chat and are willing to correct me on that part. But hello? Are you getting the Chinese?
I was debating it, yeah.
What are you getting?
Well, no, it's more of a sorry, but I'm having a discussion with Jessica who wants to order food.
Blame me.
Yeah, so we're trying to decide what options to put in this poll for chat to then vote on.
Indian?
Okay, so pizza, Chinese, and Indian. I feel like it needs to be something I have to eat here, unless everyone wants a spontaneous mukbang, which is not going to be happening. And I know I'm not. I am not having McDonald's. I'm not. Maybe KFC at a push. No.
I mean, what's nearby? You're making also. Chat is making me think that I'm going to get some Chinese tonight. I'm thinking about getting a chip curry. Unfortunately, I'm such a bad Asian. I'm such a bad Asian.
Give me one of those bars.
No, you get something better than that.
I want to actually also share a very funny but tragic story of like the white savior experience that I had.
Oh.
I don't know if chat wants to do that.
I mean,
but it's just like,
feel free to talk about that, because I think that is also something that does need to be spoken about a wee bit more, because there does tend to be like white savior complex.
Yeah, which is, again, is something that Galop is trying to address within both sides on it in the LGBTQ plus services, in order to try and make it all just basically trying to make it all like inclusive for everyone. And I think it was Hannah Rutherford that basically stated this, where, and it's a good analogy. We can't keep on copying and pasting, just because it works for one area of a particular charity doesn't mean it will work for a particular area of this community. So yeah. So the white savior complex. So I'll share the time when I was with my ex-girlfriend at the time up in Stirling, and we were at a house party at Stirling Uni, and there was this person that basically, I came along and, just saying, oh, hello, and whatsoever, and he basically said, oh, what's your name? And I went, oh, yeah, sorry, we have more current research in the earlier that explores this. Okay, thank you, Gallup. I'll be looking at that. Sorry, I just read the chat right there. So yeah, this dude from Stirling Uni, I think he's like some sort of middle upper class person that basically just went on like a backpacking trek journey. And he was like, oh, what's your name? And it's like, oh, my name is Sarah. And he went, no. What's your colony? No, not your colony name. What's your actual real name? And it's like, no, it's Sarah. And it's like, no. I don't understand why you need to actually use your colony name. And it's like, and he went on a long, massive rant saying that how he went over to India and then basically just went like, oh, I just don't understand. Like all these kids right there, they couldn't actually use their actual name and their real name and all that kind of stuff and whatsoever. So yeah, there's one story, one cringy story.
No, I think like it's interesting that you say that because I think like I can definitely see where the other person was coming from in regards to um like a lot of people from whether it's the global south or the far east or whatever having to change their name um to like so it can be pronounced, for example. But obviously you truly and utterly miss the mark when you like assume
You were
that about someone and then you
when
just
you
start to speak on their behalf. It becomes silly.
it is. And yeah, that was something. I did actually see that this happened somewhere, but it was actually at a gay bar, unfortunately. I'm just going like, oh, for God's sake, please, please. This person is not my friend anymore.
Mm.
Oh, that's a lot of it. Yeah. The other times where, and I guess the best one is about, this will probably be the best example about like how this is highlighting the importance of inclusivity in the services. It was when I, how can I say, I was trying to register for a GP. I was holding my British passport. So literally holding up the logo that has like the coat of arms and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I I literally said, she asked me, "Oh, are you a student?" And I'm just like, "No, no." Yeah, at that point, I just graduated, and she just went and gave me this form and says, "So we need to see a copy of your visa, and then a copy of your visa, and then your employer's contract to say that you have permission to actually remain here." And I went, "Even with this passport?" And I literally waved this passport in front of her eye. And I was speaking in fluent English, pretty much Northern Irish, pretty much very Northern Irish at this point as well. Um, and I was in the midway of just like filling it out, and she went, "Wait a minute, hold on, British passport," and went, "Yeah," and she took my form away, put out the actual. The actual form that I was supposed to fill out, and
Jesus.
we had to interact. We had a awkward moment of just like staring off, and she was trying to explain it. This receptionist at a GP service. So she was like, "No, I'm really sorry. It's just that." I literally told her, "Just be quiet."
Sorry, folks. I'm gonna duck away for like a couple of minutes on account of I need to go and sort like food. If
Cool.
that's cool. And then we'll have Fiona Robertson's coming on at 6. So that's I'm gonna take a slight stand-up break. I will still be in the periphery. I just need to stretch my legs.
No, it's
So,
fine.
okay.
As someone with a bullet clot, you need to walk.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I'll do that. I'll catch you shortly. 1 wee minute.
Yeah, people confuse the heck out of me as well. Sorry, I am taking a look at the chat right here. Hope you don't mind me engaging with you lot. What's your name? Okay. Sorry. Assumptions should never be done. What's your name? Sarah. Okay, then that should be it. Yeah, they should, but quite awkward, indeed. Well, how is everyone enjoying the stream? I'm really just glad.
I'm having a great time.
Here. Oh, you're just having a great time. I thought you would be away longer.
No, I'm there. I'm just doing the stretches, putting up with miserable fucking jelly beans that you're forcing me to eat. And an anonymous just donated 20 quid, which means that their comment says trans rights, but they've not said what jelly bean I'm being force fed.
Do I need to make that decision, or does chat need to make that decision?
Chat can make that decision on account of it being a £20 donation. So shout out. I mean, if you want the flavors like reread out to you, earwax, dirt, booger, earthworm, black paper, vomit, soap, sausage, rotten egg, grass.
I wonder what the soap tastes like. Actually, no, wait. I don't want to know.
I mean, I can tell you. If you want. I mean, it'll probably taste like soap, to be honest. It'll probably taste like fairy liquid. Are we doing the fairy liquid one? Okay. So, there we go. It's nice and blue.
Soap, 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 soap.
This is gonna be fucking rank.
It'll clean your mouth.
Oh man. I was kind of hoping for like mouthwash, but it's not. It's like shite.
I mean, it allows you to clean your mouth out. Yes, I agree with that, Sky.
Tide Pod Challenge, Jelly Bean Edition. Disgusting.
Yeah, indeed, indeed.
That actually is
yeah.
broken, man.
Oh god.
Right, let's hop, skip, and jump over here. We're probably going to go over the water. Oh, no, we're fine. We can stand up. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. So, yeah, I'm just trying to understand this game. What is this game about, actually?
It's about evolution. We're trying to evolve. We're
Don't.
We started.
It's a mistake.
We started off as a humble monkey, and we are now, well, we're still trying to do the whole humble monkey thing, but we're getting there. We're getting there slowly but surely.
So, the stages of this will be going all the way from being as a monkey or up to the human race.
Up to more or less our earliest ancestors. So like not like bang on, but like it'll be like the very, very start of like humans. So like when we were bipedal, you know, when we could stand upright and when we could run, all that good stuff. So
that's something.
Yeah, so that's where we'll be at. I've just realised to have an elderly. I think I'm using. That was an elderly. Yeah, she's an elder female, so she's got like. She's not fertile. You've got fertility level for your monkeys in this game. That's right. We're talking about monkey fertility. Welcome to the AyeforScotland charity stream. I don't know where are all the fertile people? I need to find them so I can have children. It's like there we go. Tew. We need to go and speak to her. I say speak to her. We need to like it's a very hands-on approach to evolution. We have to do the bonding. You have to make sure that you pick all the insects off your partner's back, and then you go to the leaf bed, and then I think it says something like new pregnancy or pregnancy done. So yeah, that's pretty much what I have to do.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to head on here and just to give you, out just to go and populate.
I was gonna say it's funny fact when I start talking about
we haven't even poured out the. Yeah. So yeah, I think this is a good time for me to go.
No, that's very fair. I will catch you in a bit. Thanks very much, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Right. Just so everyone knows who is watching, I have literally been autopiloting this game. The gameplay footage is probably garbage. Like, no one will ever rewatch this stream for the incredible Ancestors gameplay. It's just not gonna happen. I'm not even sure if we're going to be able to complete it in time. I've just been idly fannying around. And I've already made myself poison. I ate the wrong berry. Shit. This area of the map in particular kind of sucks. So I'm kind of thinking that we just like... I'm playing this game entirely on muscle memory. Holy shit, Highland them. Thanks very much for the donation. We are now £200 off of our 1,000 goal. Oh, that's class. Thank you so much. 200 to go, and we need to think of a milestone. I believe there was talk of a vest being put on at some point. Thank you very much, healing them. It's very much appreciated. Where is all the people? No, no, no. The maid dress is going to be way further up. We're going to have to smash milestones for the maid dress. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that for a mere 1,000. If we, yeah, okay, that's fair. If we get to 1,000, I'll swap this t-shirt for a tank top. What more could you possibly want? And all we need is £199.31. Thank you, Flaming Daphne. There was also talk of cat ears. That can also happen. That's fine. I'm more than happy to do that. Another pregnancy. Fuck yeah. Get in. And all of my monkeys are cold. Because all of them like to sit out in the rain. Because they're so damn stupid. Right, so we've got pregnant. Where's the other? No, come on. Nope. We need more monkeys, literally. Another pregnancy, fuck yeah. It is, it's a normal thing to say. On a Saturday. Or any day. Auto mods on those tail from those comments. Oh, sorry, Clover Wolfie. I'll need to we'll need to fix that. Jessica might be able to go and fetch me the cat ears that she has on her headset. So we'll do that. How does that sound? So we'll do that, but to get, so I'm wondering, should both the vest and the cat ears be the 1,000 goal? How does that sound? Like, I'll do that. I am not putting on red lipstick. It's just, nah. I don't think it would suit me. Oh, my movement speed's increased. Fucking sick. Walking in shallow water requires less energy. Yeehaw. So these are the mutations I've got. Manual dexterity. Nice. What else we got? Proprioceptor efficiency. Nice. Proprioceptor efficiency times 2. Black lipstick. Yeah, I would rock that. No vest with cat ears are for the 500 goal. Oh, I feel bad that it's not the... I've not had it on for all this time then. I think I would kill black lipstick, to be fair, but... Live my 2012 Tumblr emo boy life. Nah, because like I'd have to like all of the emo boys on Tumblr were like 50 kilograms. Shave the beard? No. I'm sorry, it's not happening. I would not. You would all leave. I need to keep you in here.
I wouldn't allow that to happen.
Yeah.
So it goes on
So-
like that.
So how do I put these on?
So it's like this. Do you want me to-
Yeah, you do. Jessica's preparing the cat ears. But I didn't know they were that intricate. Holy hell. They're very cool looking though. I should just make them a permanent fixture. Forget about the rest.
You should maybe turn your eyes.
No, I was joking.
There you go.
Cute.
You hit 1,000
You will? What?
You hit 1,000 on the cat nose on.
No, 1,000 I need to put a vest on.
What about the cat nose?
And a cat nose then,
900 for
fine.
the cat nose?
What?
900 for the cat nose?
900 for the cat nose. So I've realised that they're at a slight angle, but there we go. It's just... Oh shit, I fucked it. 1 second. One second, let me fix my cat ears. Never thought I would say that sentence. Come on. Cool. Insta baddie style, Jesus Christ. Jail. At 900. What the fuck? Tundra. God fucking damn it. What? I know. And you're gonna have to write Tundra's face. Tundra's name on my face.
Okay, Sandra can go in the middle and then we'll put the cat. Don't speak. Put your
I-
hands right here.
There you go, Tundra. You're very kind. This isn't funny.
It's a little bit. I can't accidentally give you extra whiskers.
You give me more than... How many whiskers are you giving me?
6 apparently.
6 on each side. Fucking hell.
Not 6 on each side, 6 in total.
Great. Well, yeah. Just a heads up. Oh, we've got cat invasion. Don't think either of them want to be here. Cats, your first appearance, first of many. He's looking at me like, what in the fuck? Hey, Nick and Quark. Any chance you could try and find a vest for when we reach 1k? So this is what I look like now. Howdy, everyone. Oh, cool. That's great. So when we reach 1,000, I'll put on the vest that everyone's so. I feel like the cat ears would have been more of a 1,000, but it's fine. We'll do that at 1,000. Right, I need to find an ape that's pregnant. I look at it. Ah, thank you very much. I try my best. Right, let's. Evolution's going very well for me. I like how I don't have shelter. We haven't evolved to that stage yet. No, I want to just give birth. Come on. No, I don't want to call my mate. Can I not? Ah. Don't even know where my mate is. I don't know why it's... Oh, there's my mate struggling his way through the water. Fucking... What's he doing? I don't know why he had to be there for me to give birth. Read up to your previous comments. Flaming Daphne, evolution's going well for you. Evolution. Ah, it's just the worst. Just the worst. They kind of show the... They show the, like, the immediate thing. They don't, like... They don't show you the ape hospital where they do the things. Nah, they don't they don't explicitly show it in the same way they don't explicitly show the mating process. It's a kind of nice fade to like up, and then, because it is that simple as well. It's just to be like, up, new pregnancy, got it in one. It's a gamified evolutionary process, I would say. It's not something that's like, what did I miss? What comment did I miss? Look, I'm just playing as an extremely breedable ape. I need to extend my clan's lineage. Are you down to clown? Oh, the bonding's going up. There we go. Coffee oatmeal bonbons. That is quite a. That is quite a bonbon. That sounds good. Hey, Clover Wolfie, thanks very much for subscribing. And thanks to everyone who's followed the stream, by the way. It's very much appreciated. Right, let's go. Where is my partner? Oh, they're taking fucking ages, man. Now I can definitely say I look like a pussy. Great. Yeah, Automod's gonna catch that, like, just all the time. Why is this fucking guy not coming to bed? Come on, you arsehole. I want to get out of this area because I don't like being in this area for that. Oh, he's not even moving. He's just a useless bastard. Right, okay. We'll try again. Okay, we'll try with another ape. Hey, Fiona.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, doing not too bad. Sorry, I was ranting about apes there.
Yeah,
How are?
not having a great romantic night.
Yes, I know. We need to try and like sustain the clan, but they're just lazy. How are you doing this fine day?
I am good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, doing not too bad.
Going well?
Yeah, it's been going pretty well. Sorry, I'm just going to double check your volume to make sure it's good. I've boosted you to the max. There we go.
Yeah, they said in the other one, I'm like, it's right on my mouth. Something that isn't coming through. I might see if I can change to a different one.
Is it a built-in microphone or is it one like a thing you've
No,
got?
it's the normal headset that normally works. I don't know quite why it's not working today.
No worries. What I can maybe do is I'll dial up your audio a touch just in OBS. So maybe if you speak now, it might come through a bit cleaner.
La 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 la.
Cool. Sounds. I think it's quite good. It's still a wee bit quiet, but it's better than it was.
Okay, I'll make sure I enunciate.
all of the words. So yeah, thanks very much for joining the stream. I was wondering, is it possible you could give yourself a wee introduction?
Sure. I am Fiona Robertson. I'm an equalities consultant now. I spent 3 years as the SNP's National Equalities Convener, which was exactly as fun as it sounds. I am mainly kind of focused on disability justice, but it's all the same issue. The oppression and marginalization is all the same large structure. So you can't possibly deal with one of them without having to take in all the others. And so it's really, that's the kind of political work I do. I also write poetry. I'm a spoken word poet, and that's most of my life now, actually. Those two things.
No, brilliant. That's great. Everyone's kicking my arse in chat to remind me to do my icebreaker. So my icebreaker to you is, what is something that you've achieved this year that you're particularly proud of, and what would you like to do next year? Is there
See, this is a tricky question for me because I've been having I I had to take a wee bit of time off after kind of stepping away from the SMP stuff
Mhm.
and just to kind of recover. But I also had a big major health thing, so I needed to focus on the poetry for a bit. So my big thing that I'm really proud of this year is that I performed at my first Fringe gig,
Awesome.
which was with the Loud Poets, and that was really exciting and helped a little bit with the imposter syndrome that I've got going on. It's very weird that I can kind of do, like, I can deliver a training, I can do my big speeches literally in arenas of people, but poetry, on the other hand, still makes me terrified. Like, it still makes my stomach turn every time I go and perform. So that was something I was really proud of. Unfortunately, like the world kind of going to shit means that I'm uh, sorry, how family friendly do I need to be with my language?
Not is what I'm
Okay,
saying.
right,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
With the world going to shit, then there's not been a great deal to be proud of about my main work that I've been doing. Unfortunately, um, it's it feels like it didn't really make any difference a lot of the time, but we need to try still. For next year, I am hoping to do more poetry stuff, but also I need to kind of get back to the projects that I was working on when the big health thing flared up, and because I had I had like 5 projects ready to get started, and then I had a heart attack, and it was just very weird, and everything kind of got off, and then I got COVID when I was in hospital,
Oh
so
God, both
it was
barrels.
just yeah, it's not been a good year. So it's been a kind of long recovery from that. So I want to get back to those projects, and they are things about helping organizations do more sensitive outreach to communities which are considered the term is hard to reach, and they're not hard to reach, they just have very good reasons not to trust like state organizations and charities, and they so the main kind of focus of that is how to become trustworthy. Like, it's not about how to trick people into trusting you, it's about how to become people that they can trust and how to prove that that is trustworthy. So that's the kind of stuff I want to get back to next year.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you've had one hell of a year. So please give yourself some credit in regards to, like, the stuff that you've done and the stuff that maybe it's been a couple of setbacks, but hopefully it's something that you can get back to. Kind of doing what you doing what you love and enjoy. And congratulations on doing the poetry thing. Like, public speaking in general, especially if it's like your own work that you've put your heart and soul into, it takes it takes a hell of a lot of courage to try and stand in front of a crowd, particularly at the Fringe, I might add.
Indeed.
That's a whole other beast. Like, it's one thing to do it in front of like friends and stuff, but like at the Fringe, that's really cool.
Yeah, it was. I was kind of used to. I got started because I live in Aberdeen, and I mean that's also part of the stuff that I've been talking to other poetry people about, is that being disabled and living up in the north means that I'm quite far away from the poetry scene, which is in Edinburgh and Glasgow, and it means that I can't do the kind of normal thing that poets do, that spoken word poets do specifically, which is kind of go like just traveling around to all the open mics and all the stuff to get yourself known. And so it was, so I was entirely used to doing my stuff in these tiny little rooms up here, and it was a bit scary, but it was lovely. And live poets are extremely encouraging and very very kind and welcoming, and I wasn't the only one. There were 3 of us performing, so it was good. It was really lovely. I think that that's the kind of thing that politics is the bit that like grinds me into ashes and and poetry's the bit that puts me back together again.
Oh, that's a good way of putting it. So when did you start your kind of love of poetry then? What like I
Oh,
mean it's obviously goes from enjoying poetry to then writing your own.
Yeah.
Tell me that story.
So I mean, I've loved poetry my whole life. I am one of those people who finds that poetry is the thing that kind of keeps me on an even keel when things go terribly wrong, and when things are good. Like our wedding was had like 5 or 6 poems. My wedding vows were a poem that someone else wrote, but but they were we each chose a poem.
Nice.
Um, so and whenever I move, like the last thing that I pack is my wee box of my kind of emergency poetry books that I need, and they're the first thing that I unpack. So, but when it comes to writing, like I wrote when I was a kid, and then I stopped, and then when I first got sick, I started writing poetry again as a way to kind of process it,
Mm.
and I I'll tell you a story about that in a second, but I put
Sure.
it down again as I was kind of sidetracked by necessity into the politics stuff. I started doing like normal political writing,
Mm.
and that's how I got into the kind of the training stuff and the equality stuff. Was doing that kind of writing, so I put poetry down for a long time, and then it was actually around when the Kavanaugh hearings were happening in the States.
Yep.
There was this, there was just this sense of overwhelming dread, and I went to a this local poetry night up here called Hysteria, which is kind of a queer feminist spoken word performance night,
Mm.
and because I so desperately needed to be in a room full of people who understood how bad I felt
Yeah.
during those days, and and I wasn't performing or anything, but I wrote my first kind of lines of poetry for years that night, well, when I got home, and it kind of just sprung from there. But with the poetry from when I first got sick, I had this very, you know, basic GeoCities GeoCities page for it back in the old days, and I actually tracked down a web archive of it recently because I was writing my zine that is kind of aimed at people who are newly disabled and
Mm.
how to kind of cope with that. And obviously, I'm 22 years down the line now, and so it's quite hard to get back into that mindset. So I thought I would go back and look at the poetry that I wrote then, and it's so bad. It's such bad poetry, but it was very it was very meaningful, and it helped. It did what it needed to do at the time.
No, it's always
And
good to look back at like previous stuff for inspiration because like that probably is where like I don't know the first love of it and like the first words that you try and put down yourself came about. That's
yeah, exactly. And it was really helpful to kind of to put myself back into the mindset of oh, hello, sorry, my cat's just arrived. I
that's no worries.
apologize if he tries to eat the microphone.
That's no
Um,
problem. We I think from all of the pet pictures in the speaker Discord, I think cats like are well and truly the most popular animal. I think
Oh, yeah.
nearly everyone, nearly every speaker has a cat, or
Be a type
several.
that you draw.
Yeah. Um, but no, that's really good. So, like, obviously the poetry aspect of that, and like I think you know you've now spoken at like you've pretty much spoken at all my charity events, which is great because you're such a good speaker. But like for coming back on this one, we're raising money for Galop, obviously, and we are we're now six hours and 15 minutes into the stream, so that's not too bad. We're getting there. We're £80 off a £1,000 goal.
Amazing.
After which I need to do something. I think there's people want me to wear a vest or some shit. But have you been listening to any of the conversations so far, or?
I have to admit that I've been asleep for
that is
most of the day.
more than fine. That is absolutely more than fine. It is the weekend. But I'm not shaving my eyebrows. It's not happening. No. But anyway, so on the Galop side of things, we were, like, the conversation so far have been kind of about the need for like specific charities and support groups for specific groups of people. And you know, like the conversation surrounding like why is it important that we have like a group like Galop that is very much LGBT abuse and like LGBT domestic violence, and why that would like differ from like maybe a broader domestic violence charity. What's like maybe the different things like conversion therapy and stuff come into play, and all the rest of it. So I'm just wondering if you've got any kind of like initial thoughts on that to kind of kick off the conversation. I know it's like a kind of unwieldy question, but there might be something that you have to say on the subject.
I'm sure that you will be unsurprised to know I have many opinions.
Yes,
on this.
excellent.
So when it comes to, this actually is a huge crossover with the projects that I was talking about before, about how to become trustworthy to hard to reach groups of people. And it's because when you don't have these kind of specific groups, when you have groups which are aimed at kind of serving a much larger population, then that by necessity tends to be kind of aimed at the majority, aimed at the default kind of people, and it means that there are significant dangers and significant traumas that are not picked up. And so I wrote an article a few years back now about about the ways that domestic violence survivors who are disabled are not served by the current system. And so, and that's one of these things which is really common, but it's just not kind of picked up because there's so much happening, and these issues are so big that you can't kind of bring in all of the things all at once all the time. So having kind of smaller groups which are specifically dedicated to serving specific groups of people who have specific needs is really important. So when it comes to things like abuse, and I mean, I would go further with stuff like abuse and LGBT issues, and kind of bring in again the disability stuff. It's so important to have an intersectional lens when we're looking at these things, because some of the things that, for example, came up over the pandemic were things like disabled LGBT people who found that they were no longer getting the care that they needed. They had to go home, and often that was back into hostile situations. It was back into places where they had to either go back into the closet or where they faced abuse for their identity or for their sexuality. And it is really important that those kind of things are picked up when we're making plans, and especially when we're making services for people who are extremely vulnerable, like abuse survivors, people fleeing very dangerous situations. We have to have systems which acknowledge that there are complexities when it comes to the intersections of other marginalizations too.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's interesting. It's always a recurring theme when it comes to this, how intersectionality is like so unbelievably crucial. And I think what Lenny from Galop, the CEO of Galop, was saying at the start of the stream was the like being able to like they have several hotlines that act as essentially like a funnel, where people then can get the targeted support that they need, because obviously no one's situation is going to be identical, and like how much that can kind of add to the conversation when it comes to, you know, when you see it as less of a process you put people through to get support and start actually considering them as people, like that obviously has a massive impact.
So that's the thing when it comes to the trust aspect, because one of the things that I was consulting on for an organization at the beginning of the year was about about specific words and turns of phrase that they might use in their publications or social media stuff, which act as kind of red flags for certain groups, which kind of say, you know, this group is not a is not a group that we can trust because they don't know about, for example, the social model of disability, or they don't know about this kind of specific issue that trans people face, or and so there are these kind of phrases which are used completely innocently and just that they think are but it means that it means that people choose not to engage with services that they could really benefit from because they don't know that these organizations can be trusted. And there's
Yeah.
always this sense when you are from any kind of a minoritized group, there's this kind of sense of bracing yourself every time you engage with any kind of service that you need, that you are waiting to see if there's going to be some kind of discrimination or some kind of abuse, or if this is going to be a safe group of people for you to engage with.
Yeah.
And so it's a really important thing to have people who kind of know what to look for and know how to make people feel safe when they're calling in, and know how to make those spaces safe, because it's useless. I mean, well, it's worse than useless. It's actively harmful to kind of say, oh, here's how to be, here's how to look trustworthy, but then you're going to not act it when they actually
Yeah.
show up. So it has to be paired with training about why these things are um, red flags, why these things make people feel like they can't risk engaging with you, and
Yeah.
yeah. So there's it kind of coming at it from a point of view of what is it that you need, and how is it that we can serve you is kind of the essential thing. Like, what do you need to feel safe working with us? What do you need to feel safe coming into our spaces? And that's a much harder thing to make protocols and kind of
Yeah.
large scale systems for, but it is essential when you're working with people who have complex needs.
I really like the distinction you made there between appearing inclusive and actually then acting on it, because I think that's there's there's probably a good term for it when it comes out, like, you know, in tech we've kind of got the whole climate change thing and they call it greenwashing when like a corporation pretends to be greener than they actually are. Is there a similar term for that when it comes to inclusivity? I imagine there must be.
A lot of people use woke washing.
Woke washing. That's that's fair. That makes sense. But like I think that does come into it a lot, and you know, like I suppose, like I'm not, like I'm interested to know what maybe some common terms would be that would immediately make an organisation maybe look unsafe to certain people. But then I don't want people taking that as the advice on, like, here's how to mask it.
Yeah.
If your organisation's performative allyship's another one. Yeah, that's a good shout, Erinus.
For me personally, it's stuff like using the disabled, and there's a kind of couple of I'm not going to start getting into the entire person first or identity first discussion about disability, but if you are providing spaces for disabled people, then calling them disabled people rather than people with disabilities is a really useful flag to say we are aware of disability justice rather than the kind of corporatized idea of what disability is.
No, sorry. This is really interesting. Like, just so I'm clear on that, the people with disabilities versus disabled people.
Yes.
When you shied away from being like, I'm not going to go off on this one. I kind of would like you to go off on that one if you want.
I am happy to. So,
Like-
this is one of the biggest kind of it's not as like it's certainly not the most crucial or the most life affecting issue in disability politics, but it is one of the ones that is a useful differentiation between what's called disability justice and what is disability rights activism. So disability rights activism is kind of it's very important. It's about making sure that the legal structures are in place and that that we are seen as equal under the law. Disability justice is more concerned with intersectional approaches and the kind of the baseline stuff that yes, we may be equal under the law, we may have the Equality Act, all of those kind of things, but it in no way has actually made us equal. That we are still fighting for all of these things, that we are still much more likely to live in poverty, much more likely to die in a pandemic. So these are all kind of important differences in the ways that people approach disability activism. So with identity first, which is disabled people, versus person first, which is people with disabilities. For this is a there's a very long history of wrangling over which term is more appropriate. So back in the 70s, when disability activism really first started, it was being led by people who were institutionalized. It was the whole point of it was to bring people out of the institutions and into the community. And it was being led by people who largely had learning disabilities and intellectual disabilities. And so their choice is person first language. So people with disabilities to see the person first is the kind of concept that I am a person who also has this. Then in the kind of 80s and 90s, there was a lot of shift to towards the concept of disability pride, that we shouldn't need to be that we shouldn't need people to remember that we're people. that
Yeah.
should be a thing that isn't kind of tacked on, that it is in fact kind of integral to our entire experience of the world, and that we shouldn't be ashamed of it, and that we shouldn't be trying to distance ourselves from it. And so there was a big shift in that, and there's a lot of kind of thought, there's a lot of academic work and a lot of non-academic work on this. Most most of disability studies is obviously done outside of the academy because most disabled people can't access being academics.
Yeah.
So it there's a lot of thought out there. There's a lot of really interesting articles about why identity first language is preferred by most disabled people now, but not all. It still kind of comes down to, as you were saying right at the beginning, it still comes down to individual groups within that kind of large umbrella. So a lot of people with intellectual disabilities still prefer person first language, but as a kind of wider movement, and as a whole group, then disabled people is the term which tends to indicate that you understand that we are in fact that we are people, and that we have these and that we are not ashamed of the disabilities that we have, and that we're not trying to distance ourselves from them. So it's and yes, as in the chat, just kind of get all of the differently abled stuff can just fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how much like thought goes into something like that. Like there's so much like it's interesting you stress the academic and non-academic aspect of it, because I feel very much like there's a lot of academic discussion that excludes a whole bunch of people.
Yes, indeed. But
um,
see, so this is the thing, and this is why it's a flag. It's because if there is a huge push for person first language in the kind of corporate world, and being led by people who were not disabled, and being pushed by people who had not engaged with disability theory or any of that kind of stuff, but it was being pushed as a thing. So when you, it's a kind of very baseline thing of, if you use person first language, then that indicates to me that you have been taking your cues from these large charities which are not led by disabled people, instead of from what are called DPOs, which are disabled people's organizations, which are all led by disabled people. Their boards are disabled people.
Cool.
Because if you have engaged with them, then you would know to use the term disabled people. So it's just
Right.
it's certainly not perfect, and it's certainly not it doesn't indicate anything about intentions. Like people have very good intentions, but it just means that if you use disabled people, then you're more likely to have an understanding of the actual reality that we live in.
No, that makes a lot of sense. No, thanks for going into such detail on that, because like for
Sorry.
me, it's something that seems really like kind of innocuous and like at like a face, like a surface level, but it really does have a lot of meaning and while not intention, like it does carry quite a lot of weight in regards to like how it's associated. I believe we're also being joined by Beth.
Yeah, how's things?
Aye, doing not too bad. How are you?
I'm really good. I've been just watching the stream and you've been legendary. Honestly, like
No,
I can't stream for like 3 hours without getting tired, and here's you just like acing it. Like we're like well done.
thanks very much. Fiona, you're more than welcome to stick around, and of course you can drop in later on as well if you want. But Beth, I was wondering maybe to start with, is there any chance that you could introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name's Beth Douglas. I'm a trans activist. I also co-coordinate the Rainbow Greens, which is sort of the LGBT wing of the Scottish Greens as a political party in Scotland. And I just do lots of activism around that, around trans issues, around body autonomy and stuff like that. And that seems to be all a huge issue at the moment, as well as with the GRA. So a very, very busy year. I am loud. Do you know what? I'm just going to distance.
No, that's
I'm
okay.
going to distance my mic, or I'm going to let you worry about that.
I'm just toggling the volumes at the moment.
Great stuff.
But no,
Sorry.
that's really cool. We've just been having a conversation with Fiona about the kind of like intersectionality when it comes to organisations like Galop and like how they kind of support things. I'm wondering if you have anything to like add on that in regards to the importance of like being able to take like a tailored approach depending on someone's like background, because obviously there's lots of issues affecting the LGBT community at the moment, especially when it comes to whether it's conversion therapy, whether it's GRA reform, whether it's domestic violence or anything like that.
Well, when it comes to Gallup, like I think that's the fact that they have like a conversion therapy hotline support line is absolutely legendary, because I remember us having this discussion at like NUS Scotland conference like almost a millennia ago, and we didn't have policy on conversion therapy back then. And I remember at the conference, if it was debated or not, like whether it was still actually an issue or not, and it's a massive issue still. Hence why like the law and everything. And I think when a lot of people, conversion therapy is torturous, and it also can impair you, like, and therefore, like a lot of disabled LGBT people, like this is a huge matter for there as well. So I think like just subjects in themselves can be quite intersectional, and I would say conversion therapy is one of those cases of people who have survived conversion therapy and they're queer. That is a very intersectional like sort of topic in itself, if that makes sense. So I think that the fact that they do that, as well as their research and everything, is just absolutely legendary.
No, brilliant. Because I think like that's one of the things that like obviously you can be a kind of multifaceted charity to an extent. Like they're doing work on the kind of front line while also doing the kind of the research and the things that help inform policymakers to like actually get it right and make like good laws. And like Fiona, maybe you can jump in here as well, but when it comes to like the GRA reform and like public consultations, we've gone through there was 2 public consultations for that. I was chatting to Karen Adam a wee bit earlier, regarding like, you know, I feel like there's been more than enough research done from a public consultation exercise.
It's one of the
Um,
most it's one of the most consulted on laws in the history of the Scottish Parliament. This idea that it's being rushed is absolute nonsense.
it's
Yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting how, like, I mean, because I feel like I've been hearing about it for ages, and I probably have.
Well, I believe all parties came together, even the Tories, all
Yeah.
came together, and I believe it was either 2015 or 2016. So we've literally been talking about this for 6 years. It's a very long time to be
It's a-
talking about legislation.
Yeah, it's a massively long time, and like, as much as I'm like, you know, supportive of like quite a lot of the things that the current Scottish government does, it's been one of the things where I've been like, just rip the plaster off, like, because like I was saying it to Karen, but it's like not much will change besides good things happening to like a lot of people who need it.
Yeah, there's main two reasons why you would want a GRC. Some of them are marriage related, so marriage records, maybe some taxes to do with marriage as well. The other one, and this is why I kind of want a GRC, because I sort of, you know, I came out roughly 6 years ago. I saw that sort of that statement that sort of like we all pledged to do X. And I've just been waiting for it to pass since then. And as a result, I've just been waiting too long. I should have just went through the much more, you know, more horrible process just to, you know, get out of the way. But anyway, but basically, it simply just changes, you know, the sex on your birth certificate. Now, the reason why I want to do that is because, you know, when people die, and one day I will eventually like pass. It's not, hopefully, nowhere near in the near future, but. And this is a little bit heavy, and I'm sorry. But your birth certificate informs your death certificate, what sex or gender you are, and what you should be buried as, cremated as, which is very shit, if I could just say that.
That's fine.
And as a result, you know, that's the only reason why I want a GRC, really, a gender recognition certificate. Thanks for Blue Lights for putting that out in the chat. And it's really, really sad because, you know, you've never used your birth certificate to access a space. No one's ever stopped you entering the toilets and was like, excuse me, can you please show me your birth certificate? You don't go to, like, you don't buy a drink with a birth certificate, so you don't, like, it's a very, you know, you don't use it for a lot of things, your birth certificate is what I should say. And the fact that we're just having this amount of debate over a change that is so small but will benefit people a lot in terms of, like, from my perspective, just afterlife care or whatever. We're debating about this so much, and it's just went on to misinformation, and it just shows you, like, how much some people out there hate trans people because they won't even, you know, just bat their eyelid at one of the smallest changes you can do.
Yeah, I mean, I think like that's something that's been like really, really apparent. It's just that like it's literally just the removal of red tape. Like it's making an existing process like easier, and like, you know, as it's been said before, there's very, very, very few cases of anyone fraudulently obtaining a GRC, if any, and like the conversation's obviously been kind of dictated by a rather vocal minority that's just been causing chaos and making social media shit for a lot of people.
Also, there's kind of two aspects to it that have been particularly brutal, and in the kind of, obviously this was unfortunately what I ended up spending most of my time on when I was the convener in the SNP, was this kind of how if we'd just kind of gone and done it when we had the consensus, and everyone who needed to know about the process knew about the process and knew what it was for, then we could have got it done quite quickly, and it would have been passed, and it wouldn't have made any difference to the vast majority of people's lives. This idea that it's going to bring the sky down on everyone is ludicrous, but it's based in this idea that a certain group of people are dedicated to pushing, which is that self-ID is the same thing as lying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's this thing which we are we are having to deal with in the disability community as well. Now, because all disability is self-identified, all of it. It is.
Yeah, I remember I saw them sort of,
Yeah.
like massively worrying about, just whether you have like reserved positions for disability in the SNP, and if so,
Yeah.
like how does that get fact checked? And really, what they're kind of looking for is like checks like the UK government would
Well,
would do
exactly.
anyway, right? And that's
So
just it's horrible.
this is the second part of the awfulness, is that the average person, when they have to apply for something, it doesn't make a big difference to them. They can just apply for something, or they can just have a medical. And so for decades, disabled people have had to try and explain to people that, like, the DWP process is not a medical. It is not. It is a horrifically invasive, brutal process that literally kills people. We know that it kills people. There's a ton of evidence about its lethality. And essentially, that's what they want to impose on trans people. That's what they want to keep imposed on trans people, for not just for access to the GRC, but to all aspects of trans life. They want to kind of roll back most of the progress that has been made and kind of make it so that you have to go through this hideous process in order to be allowed to call yourself trans. And it is, and they're like, oh no, but if it's this, then it shouldn't be a problem. And that's not how these processes work. These processes are horrific, and
Yeah.
it can't be overstated how humiliating and devastating it is to go through them. And like every kind of disabled person who has been through this system should be on the side of trans people in this, because we know what it is for the state to demand this kind of horror in order to just access the most basic levels of support.
Yeah.
And it's so infuriating, because just back to the intersectional thing for a second, there's a huge problem with the kind of the medicalization part of the current system. That's why reform is needed. Is
Absolutely.
because, like, the condition that I've got is called EDS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and it's a kind of all of my collagen is broken, and instead of being duct tape, it is the kind of an old post-it note glue, and that is something which is majorly affected by hormones. And so I know a number of people who are trans and have EDS who can't go through medicalized transition because they can't have the hormone therapy, which is kind of what is considered a baseline, because it would have a devastating effect on their physical ability and on their capacity to walk or think. And
Absolutely.
there's so these requirements, these medicalized requirements, are dangerous. They are extremely dangerous to people who are both disabled and who are trans. And it's there's so much overlap about the bodily autonomy stuff that you're talking about, Beth. These are all attacks on kind of fundamental things about our rights to make decisions about our own bodies.
Absolutely. And it just, despite, it's awful that we've seen like all of these attacks on bodily autonomy recently. And it kind of shows you, as awful as they are, it shows you like how much of an intersectional issue bodily autonomy is in itself. For the disabled community, for women, for trans people, because it is simply just about like us being able to, identify without going through a horrific, medical oversight with shrinks and all sorts. And I'm just reading Bluer Lights talking about philosophy tubes. Recent video about trans healthcare in the NHS and the 5-year waits behind that we have in Scotland as well. And it's very much the same system of you having to very much beg a shrink doctor while being asked humiliating questions in the exact same fashion that I would describe like an Atmos review for personal independence payment, where you're trying to like very much minimize the number of inputs into the system so you can get the desired output. Because if you give these people a more complicated story, more away from like 1970s genders roles, it will take you even longer to get hormone treatment, which you should be just able to get, because if any cis person wanted gender affirming care, they would go to their GP, and sometimes it is definitely more hard to get a gender affirming care for cis AFAB people, but for cis women, but also like cis people are generally get prescribed stuff easier for gender affirming healthcare. Meanwhile, we have to go for a 5-year waiting list for the exact same things, and we get horrific comments and then questions by a psychiatric doctor. Yeah, we need informed consent. Absolutely, blue lights. Like, everyone needs informed consent. And bodily autonomy is like really under attack. And I really hope like going forward, like into 2023, we can like really sort of show that the fight for body autonomy is like an intersectional and unifying sort of concept that everybody should get around in Scotland. Because even abortion's not decriminalised in Scotland. There is still like some scenarios in Scotland where people do get charged for having abortions, which is sickening, and should be like totally reversed. So yeah, it's really just all a fight around bodily autonomy, and that's why it's great to have charities like Galop, because they really just, despite all the sort of attack that LGBT charities are getting at the moment, it is really good to see like the outstanding work that they do. And we've seen Stonewall getting attacked, we've seen Mermaids getting attacked, we've also seen like up here, we've seen like Quality Network and LGBT Youth Scotland getting some of the same horrific stuff. And I just want to say to anybody who works in a charity receiving huge amounts of intolerance in the third sector, like, well done, because it takes bravery. It really, really does.
It does, and it shouldn't. And that's the kind of thing that's so horrifying, that these are people who are dedicated their lives to helping people, and the idea that they have to waste so much energy on dealing with these attacks is, you kind of wonder how much more you could get done if you weren't spending your life in this ridiculous war with people.
Yeah, because like I was talking to one of the other guests who was on earlier, Abby from the National, when she was doing a story about apart from the GRA, what other issues do trans people want to focus on? And all the participants in this story that she talked about was healthcare, and it sucks. It's great to have institutions like the NHS. I think the NHS needs protecting. It has done shocking things in the past. It doesn't have a clean history, but at the same time, I think it's like a fantastic institution that we should protect. But it also needs to really start at looking at how it provides healthcare on an equal basis to everyone, because just as much as there's like if you're disabled, you will get a lower form of treatment. If you're black, you'll get a lower form of treatment, just as if you're a woman or you're trans, and etc. And we really need to make sure that, as well as the rest of the sector can't do conversion therapy, we need to make sure that the NHS is like properly like giving treatment without inequalities of care, because it's huge.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was one of my kind of experiences, and I suppose it was probably more of an eye-opening one, because, like, when I needed my appendix removed, right, it was this does have a point. I'm not just making it about me and my appendix being removed, I promise. It's like me swanning in with all these other more serious issues. I got my appendix taken out. But like the immediate care that I received as a guy, as in I had a sore stomach one morning. I phoned NHS 24, and they said, oh well, maybe you should phone your doctors and see about getting a emergency doctor's appointment. I did that. I said I had a pain in my appendix, and then my pain in my kind of bottom, like right of my torso, and I was like, I was told to come in that day, so I went in that day, and then when I arrived in the office, they were like, it was literally a 10-minute check, and it was like, right, you're gonna go to hospital. Do you want to wait for an ambulance, or do you want to like Uber yourself there? I was like, okay, like the ambulance wait was like 2 hours or something like that, so I was like, I'll take the Uber. I was white as a sheet. I had to get in touch with Jessica and say, look, I'm going to hospital, and then she came from her work, and like then I was in, I got my surgery that day. It was like, it was all just really, it was really, really rapid. Contrast that with Jessica had endometriosis, and the anger I feel with the amount of shit that we had to go through with doctors who would just not take the pain seriously at all. Pissy, like, honestly, I love the NHS. The NHS is great, but it was like, it was so infuriating that like we tried everything, and it got to the point where it doesn't matter how many appointments Jessica had at the doctor's. It wasn't until I went with her that it was then considered to be, oh, we'll maybe run a couple of additional tests. It might be this. And it is, I don't know, it's always stuck with me as like, it's the one thing that like has irked me about, well, for a start, just different people trying to get the same healthcare that I received when I went to get my appendix removed. So much of it's dismissed as, oh, it's just women pain, or I mean, I can't even imagine what it must be like for someone going into like a like a gender clinic or anything like that.
We tend to talk about, in the disability community, we tend to talk about how you can have one thing. You get to have one thing that is wrong with you. And so if you, wrong in inverted commas there. So, for example, if you are trans, then everything in your healthcare is linked to that. It doesn't matter what. Yeah, exactly. Trans broken arm syndrome.
Yeah,
it is
that's it. Yeah.
exactly the issue that if you have a major health issue, like EDS, for example, or any other kind of thing, then it becomes really hard to get that treated properly. If you also are trans, or if you have a major mental health condition, it becomes almost impossible to get pain treated accurately. And if you have multiple conditions, then they just have no idea what to do with you at all.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I interrupt slightly? We've just smashed our £1,000 goal.
Congratulations. Well done.
Which means I now need to put on a tank top. So.
Is that? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get the guns out.
That's the rule. I don't know about guns, but I'll get something. Right, so I'll go and do that. I'm also gonna like just kind of be eating my dinner in the background. I hope that's okay.
No, that's totally fine. I just
I can bitch about the NHS for a
cool.
while.
I'm just gonna go and chuck on a new top. So
fair enough. No, stay clean. Like stay fresh. Definitely. It's like that's almost 7 hours to be fair. Like that's absolutely like. Well done. Like,
still
no.
long to go. I can't quite imagine.
I know. Do you know what? I think I'm gonna wake up at something like 3 o'clock and just put in twitch.tv AyeforScotland and just see what it's like. But no, I just like made a huge pasta bake throughout the whole entire time that I've been watching this. So I just ate that before stream. And I'm like so like nice and warm inside.
I haven't eaten yet today, so I'm starving.
Oh no! I've got this like really cool RMT solidarity T-shirt, like LGBT solidarity with the rail workers T-shirt. Because I'm trans, like I have to like show solidarity with train workers, you know. But anyway, I've got pasta sauce all over it now, so I'm gonna properly try and like boil it. To try and get it out because it's white, like it's just white. But yeah, no. How you doing, chat? Are you enjoying it? Tits out for Scotland, absolutely. That's what we need. Do you know what? Right? Like, I can't believe I'm just going to go on this, right? We should have like equality for taps off lads in Scotland. Like, all the lads can get their tops off, and I've grown tits over the past 6 years, okay? I don't know if it's illegal or not for me to take my top off anymore when it's really sunny in Scotland, and it will get sunny again. It's just dark all the time at the moment, but we should have like taps off equality.
I would agree.
There we go. I'm glad that we're talking about like the high caliber stuff, but no, we actually should.
Important stuff we need to be working on. Like once the GRA is out the way, right?
Definitely. Do you know what? I think it's going to be really cool because I'm really looking forward to the GRA getting done, and I hope really at some point soon a commitment can be made about non-binary people.
Yeah.
Because just say to anybody watching, you know, these laws make it easier for trans men and trans women to get a GRC, but unfortunately non-binary people still can't at the moment, which is shocking. One of the excuses was like there's a lot of laws that are gendered and we would need to degender all of our laws, and I'm like, that's a good reason. Let's do it. Look at that. Look at that.
Very nice.
There we are, tank top on. We've actually got a maid's costume that someone gifted me ages ago, sitting like in the background somewhere. We'll give it some time until we put that on. We'll have to smash those goals.
I do like how you're like, okay, trans women are about to guest stream on this. Better put on the cat ears. Like now's the time to do it.
That was our goal for 500, and then I neglected to put them on until we were almost at 1,000. So it became our £900 goal, and then the cat face got put on, and all the rest of it.
Aye, we're getting chat asking you to flex.
Flex. I've got no muscles though, so like.
No, well, we got to see evidence of that, right? Like, surely £1,000.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Hopefully you can see.
Boom.
Get some armpit hair in there as well. Why not? Hope you
clip it, ship it out.
Feast your eyes.
I love how people are doing posture check while you were flexing as well.
Amazing. Fuck's sake. Right, okay, so that is our 1,000 goal smash. So the next one is 1,500. That's what we're gonna do.
Fantastic.
So, that's the next. I don't know what the milestone is from that.
By the way, see your subs from this stream. Will they also be going to Galop?
Yeah, I'll
right.
do that.
So if I had to say, if there was a magical way of you donating free money to Galop and stealing money from the pockets of big business Amazon Prime, it would be to subscribe to you right now with a Twitch subscription. Subscription, right?
Yes. No, that's the way to do it. I totally fucking forgot about Twitch subs. So there we go. I'll be donating pretty much all of it to Galop. Like it's all
fantastic.
So all of the people who've subbed so far, there's like a bunch of people who have Amazon Prime that can do it. Sorry, I'm just gonna continue my dinner.
No. You eat your dinner and talk about Amazon Prime.
Thanks very much for the sub, Beth.
Yeah, you're welcome. Sorry. I just thought it's a really good time to do it as well before I actually donate.
Pointing that
as
out,
well.
I also have an Amazon Prime sub that I need to use. So.
Oh, brilliant. So yeah, that's the way. I mean, like that's the best way to influence the bar, which is the thing I'm quite keen on, is to donate via Tiltify. But also, like, I'll just add any amount. The only problem is the payout on Twitch takes forever. So I'll probably have to wait for a wee while until I can actually donate the money.
Fair enough. No, I think it's quite a cool way to just like literally steal money from Amazon and give to Galop as well. Like it's a cool move. Before donating more money, of course, to actually Galop on stream as well. That's the pug way.
So Flaming Daphne just mentioned something. So one of the suggestions made to me was to make bathrooms fully intersex and having each cubicle of the toilets have floor-to-ceiling walls, having sinks in the cubicles too. But do you all, including the speakers, what do you all think of this?
I think just have like a mix of gendered bathrooms, non-gendered bathrooms. You need to make sure that we have like disabled bathrooms and bathrooms that allow us to do baby changing and stuff like that as well. So like I think we need to start thinking more about bathrooms of yes, it's very important to start thinking about gender neutral bathrooms, but we also need to think about what other things do bathrooms not have. Like, do they have enough space in them? Are they accessible? The bathroom debate is just oh my gosh, it's so much when there's like so much more to actually think about bathrooms. Like for example, like Hannah, I'm pretty sure like in terms of like you go into bathrooms and especially disabled bathrooms, and cleaners would have like sort of tied the pool line around one of the sort of the hand holding bits, the barristers or whatever, and that's genuinely just stuff like that is just like not inaccessible, because if somebody falls they can't pull the cord, and the whole point of the cord is it's in pulling difference if you fall down. So like there's lots of things to talk about when it comes to toilets, but I think it is important that some people are very much like no, I want to go into the bathroom because as like a woman it's like a wee safe space for me, and I'm like, right, okay, that's totally like fine and everything, but I think it's good to have like bathrooms are well resourced, and they have like both gendered spaces and non-gendered spaces, as well as accessible spaces, and as well as spaces with able people can just like get in and out very quickly.
No, absolutely. I believe we're now joined by Sarah O'Connell. Sarah, how you doing?
Very good, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me onto your stream. You're doing incredible work, so thank you for that.
Oh, thank you, and thanks very much for joining. I'm just going to turn your volume up so you're at max for everyone. How are you this fine day?
I can do that myself with my voice as well. Is that better?
Yeah, that's perfect.
I have an inbuilt one of those.
How are you doing this fine day? What have you been up to?
I'm really good. I've been drawing all day, actually. I have been doing a caricature that I was commissioned to do for someone's friend who sadly lost their brother. So they asked me if I could do a caricature of the two of them, a really fond photo that they've always loved growing up. So I've just been working on that today. And apart from that, just working on my show, really.
Brilliant.
Nice.
No, that's fantastic. And I suppose, before we start, could you possibly introduce yourself to chat?
That would be my great honour. Hi, everyone. I am Sarah O'Connell. My pronouns are she and indeed her. And I am the host of the Sarah O'Connell Show on YouTube, an entertainment show featuring in-depth fun interviews with actors, directors, comedians, authors, musicians, and the stars of tomorrow as well.
I must say, when I saw the amount of people that you have interviewed on that show and the range, like, is the first thing I saw was you interviewing Keanu Reeves.
I know, right?
I was like, holy hell. How did that all begin?
My show or Keanu Reeves?
Well, your show.
So I've been hosting my show since 2016, and it started off there with quite a few comedians, some of which I was already friends with, like Catherine Ryan, and ridiculously, my fifth guest was Tom Cruise, so that kind of set a precedent. And Keanu Reeves was at the a press event for the latest Matrix film. Warner Brothers invited me to speak to him and some of the other cast members, which was pretty wild. And I instantly did that from the seat I'm sitting in right now in my house. So yeah.
Did you do a lot of that stuff over the pandemic? Was that like it was all entirely in your seat, or did you have to go out to the events as well?
Yeah, you know what? So when the world closed down, in many ways, it actually opened up as well, because there were people that were planning on going on comedy tours that couldn't. There were actors that had gone over to Canada to film, but they were in quarantine for 2 weeks. And all of a sudden I had access to people that had all this spare time, because up until that point, I'd mostly 99% of the time interviewed people in person, face to face, be it backstage at a comedy event before a show or on a red carpet at a film premiere. But I started thinking more about who I could interview in Australia or America. And yeah, so I've had loads of amazing guests over the past few years.
That is absolutely just incredible. And I've watched a good amount of your videos, and there is it's just the range of people that you've managed to speak to is really, really impressive. So I'm sure you're proud of yourself on that side.
Thank you. It is a bit eclectic, and I know most people are supposed to pick a subject for their YouTube channel, like if it's gaming or whatever it is. And I I love that I'll have like a first time director that nobody's heard of, and then the next week there'll be a wrestler, and then a first time author, and then an A-lister, and they're all just there together so people can see their favorite stars, but also discover people they haven't heard of yet. And I just love that.
Yeah, it's a really good format. So before we jump into some more questions, I do have an icebreaker question. What is something that you've done this year that you're particularly proud of and that you've achieved, and what is something that you would like to do next year?
Oh, interesting. I instinctively want to say I managed to go upstairs without getting out of breath, which is a personal achievement for me. But I guess this year, a couple of things I'm proud of. One is I was shortlisted for Campaigner of the Year at the British Diversity Awards 2022. And the other one is just every year I work on Trans Day of Visibility videos. I do one on the day featuring the community and one about a week before featuring allies. And I've challenged myself every year after the first one in 2020, where it had 30 amazing allies and got an amazing response from people. But I also got death threats and abuse and stuff like that. And for a while, I was almost considering leaving the internet. It got quite hostile. But then I thought about it and I thought, well, I must be doing something right. So then I had 30 people in 2020. 2021, I decided, I plucked up the courage again to do another one, and I got 50 guests. And then this year, this past March, I managed to get 70. So I've been ramping it up each year with even more amazing support from people around the world.
That's brilliant. It's just growing and growing. And so, actually, that was going to be my next bunch of questions was on, your Trans Day of Visibility, and like organising that. So, how did you collect the first initial group, both the allies and the people from the community?
Sure. So the first important thing was to make sure that people were in fact allies, and I just sort of paying attention to the kind of things people are tweeting and supporting and all that kind of thing. I started writing a wish list, if you like, and just reaching out to people, some of which I just did it when I was interviewing them anyway, so we'd film a separate segment. And then others, I was really lucky, I managed to get Ben Stiller did a message for me. He was filming something at the time and did it in one of his breaks from filming, which was incredible. And I got people like Nigella Lawson and Margaret Atwood, Rosanna Arquette, and all these amazing people gave up their time to do this because it was something they're really passionate about. And I've had people reach out to me saying they've watched it several times when they've been having a bad day, or they're just trying to get through the week, and it sort of lifts their spirits. And I think that's really important. And it also helps educate people how they can be an ally and why it's really important to. And it's really easy to too. It's just about respecting other people and treating people how you'd want to be treated.
No, that's really cool. And again, it's just like amazing sometimes how videos like that and like messages of support and just knowing that there's someone else out there that can support you has that effect. So obviously we're raising money for Galop today, that are an LGBT charity that look after people who have experienced kind of violence and abuse, but as well as things like conversion therapy. And obviously there's lots of stuff, as you've said yourself, you've seen a lot of horrible abuse online, both to people in the community and in allies. And one of the kind of questions that we've been kind of talking about throughout has been the need for like specific services that are tailored to a group. Like why is it like LGBT and domestic abuse like together in what some people would consider maybe a narrower funnel than a kind of broader like, oh, this is a charity that looks after domestic abuse in general. So we've kind of been talking about like bits and pieces like that, and I suppose it's just what's your initial thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, I think Galop do amazing work, and if you're listening to this, first of all, thank you for tuning in, but also please, if you can support them, please do. It's vital for people around the UK that their work continues. I think specialised services are really important because the LGBT community have certain experiences, and if the people they're talking to can't relate to that, or they've got no experience in it, they're not going to be properly equipped or trained to help deal with that and help the person in the best possible way.
Yeah, no, that's a good a good way of terming it actually. The because I think like one of the things that's been like a theme throughout all of the questions, I think it tends to be the theme for all of these charity streams actually, is like intersectionality being super important when it comes to like if you're gonna support one good cause, you might as well support all the other ones, and they do kind of dovetail, don't they?
They really do, and I mean, people forget about this. Even with the LGBT community, they might go someone is gay or they're trans, but they can be gay and trans, or
Yeah.
or non-binary or whatever they are. And there is so much intersectionality and crossovers, and experiences Black people have if they're also gay or bi or trans or lesbian or whatever. There's lots of different communities where that they do cross over and they're not so split up, and unless everyone has equality, then none of us really do, and we have to all work together to lift each other up and elevate each other and get to know other communities and see how we can help support them, and just helps make the world a kind of better place, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like, I mean, coming from like, obviously you saw the importance of including allies in your kind of Trans Day of Visibility content that you put out each year. Like, what was like, what was your kind of driver behind that? Like, what was the initial? Obviously, it would make sense to have the community involved. What was your kind of thought around the ally side of it?
Well, so the first thing is that we need allies. They're really important, and there's so many people that just are allies and they don't necessarily always know how to help, or and sometimes the community just needs to know that people have got their back as well, and we're not the only ones fighting for equality and to keep us all safe and to help everyone thrive. And so I've done it each year so that I release the Allies video, say a week before Trans Day of Visibility, so it gets people talking, and they're like, oh, that video has got, Ben Stiller in it or whoever it is. And then from that, I link that to the community video to help elevate that even more on Trans Day of Visibility. And, most of the people that have been in the Allies videos have shared the other one as well, which is amazing. So it's going out to that many more people and giving the people in the community, the spotlight that they deserve to tell their stories. I'm in that video very, very briefly at the beginning, just to basically say hi, and then I just hand the floor over to everyone else, and I try to include as many people as I can each year.
No, that's brilliant. And I'm guessing when it comes to the videos of the community, what's your kind of, do you have themes each year? How do you lead the conversation? Because obviously you're putting this video together.
Yeah, I mean, I keep it fairly open-ended. I just say, share what visibility means to you. Tell us about your story. Tell us what you're working on. If you want to promote anything, the floor is yours. You've got a few minutes. Say anything you like.
No, that's a good way of doing it. And to be honest, it's kind of the same angle that I take when it comes to doing these streams as well, because it's like it's a speaker kind of have the floor. I mean, there's nothing I enjoy more than when I get to sit back and not do anything. I can just shut my face because guests are chatting with each other, and it makes it so much better. And of course, there's so much conversation also going on in chat all the time, which is really good to see.
Yeah, so, and I love the lineup of people you've had and what you've put on here. I think it's really special, and I hope it's resonating with everyone, and they're just learning and discovering more about the people in your chat, but also learning more about Galop and the ways they can support it. I think it's really important, and just the more opportunities and the more platforms there are for people to share their stories rather than have people write about them, I think is really important.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was another thing that's kind of been talked about a wee bit on the stream so far, is that kind of importance of allyship to the point where you're always learning. That's come across really, really strongly. So maybe if in your experience, what like, obviously what makes a good ally seems to be quite a simple question, but like, is there anything that you think that allies could maybe do a wee bit better, or anything that you think would, I don't know, would just kind of take allyship to the next level for lots of people in the community?
You know, it's really important, first of all, just to listen to the people you're being allies of, and whether it's speaking up when they don't feel that they can, or just to, you know, go listen to the actual community, whatever it is, whether it's you standing up for them or you giving them space to speak for themselves, which is always super important. And, you know, just being really respectful, learning people's pronouns. And I was on a radio show one night and someone phoned in and asked me a question. They said that someone was transitioning and what they were coming in as themselves for the first time on Monday, and what should they say to them? And I said, well, just, you know, ask them how their weekend was, ask them if they want a cup of tea. They're the same person, you know, just let them lead the conversation a little bit. And, you know, I think one really important thing you can do is, if you hear someone being abusive or disrespectful, speak up and challenge it, because if you don't, it's almost like, you know, you're endorsing or making it okay for them to do it if it's not challenged. You know, when people are having abuse thrown at them, you know, just speak up and call out that kind of behavior, because it's not okay. And, you know, everyone can be a better ally. I can be a better ally for communities I'm not in, and I just try and learn and listen as much as possible and read their books and, you know, listen to their stories and share their content as well. You know, if people have got a business or anything, support people in as many different ways that you can.
No, that's like, yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on there. Like, the amount of, like, I don't want to just say good vibes, but like the amount of good feeling that can be communicated through a very like simple, like, you know, just sitting down and listening and understanding the experience a wee bit more, and actually actively trying to understand a wee bit more about the experience can be quite, well, I feel like I learn something every day. I'm pretty sure you feel the same. When it comes to, there's a lot of people that I know from like my community that have educated me massively over the course of like my time making content and doing streaming. And I think that's always something that, like, we tend to learn like a lot from one another. And so like, yeah, I think that's that's where I'm wanting to go on that side of things.
I think that's really important. And another thing I'll just add quickly is just, you know, just check in on people. You know, see if they're okay. If, you know, someone lives alone, if it's like the holidays, Christmas time, just reach out, see if they're all right, and, you know, just check in on each other. We're a community.
Yeah, no, that's a great way of putting it. It probably latches on a wee bit to the allyship side of things, but I think obviously when the likes of Galop are doing their charity work, and we have had kind of conversations about what can other organisations and whether it's a charity or whether it's like a business, like, what's the kind of one change that you think that organisations could maybe make to make life a bit easier for people? What's like the kind of most impactful change that they could almost apply very quickly? I know that's a very open question, and it probably has a very deep answer. But just on your kind of thing, what's something that a charity could maybe like introduce or just keep an eye out for, make sure that they're doing it, for more, like, to be more inclusive, I suppose.
Sure. Well, I think that people in businesses should think about people in communities or in different situations other than themselves. So is they're building accessible, or just even simple stuff like using alt text on images so that people using screen readers can see what you've just posted, and stuff like that, making sure that there's good accessibility everywhere, and just being respectful, and just listen to different groups of people and make sure that there's a diverse representation of people, and get people to tell their own stories. And, you know, I just think that's really important. You know, you see panel shows that just have really
Just white guys.
white, yeah, you said it.
Yeah,
Lots of white guys.
yeah.
Well, like, you know, I go to a lot of stand-up comedy events, and it really bothers me when I just see a really non-diverse lineup in 2022. There's so many incredible performers and comedians out there, for example, and you know, there's no reason for that when there's so many incredible people that aren't getting that opportunity that would do incredibly.
No, I think that's a good way of kind of like when we like I think it's about almost like removing that ignorance to a degree. I was saying earlier on, like when you see those panels and it is just all like one one shade and one gender, you kind of go like, is no one sitting there going, maybe this doesn't look all that great? Like it feels like sometimes it doesn't even, like it almost doesn't make a dent. It's like they don't even consider it. And I think that's something that, like, I think it's like removing that initial ignorance that people have, and like I'd say maybe people are getting better at it now. I think there's still quite a bit of work to do, but like, you know, I've seen there's whether you like him or not, like I think Frankie Boyle's New World Order seems to do quite a good job at having quite a diverse crowd of like guest speakers each kind of week. I think I'd say it's probably one of the better comedy shows for that.
I completely agree with you. Frankie Boyle has in fact been an ally on my Trans Day of Visibility Allies. I love Frankie Boyle, and
that's fantastic.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Diversity just makes everything richer, you know. And I remember when Marvel's Black Panther film came out, and there were so many people saying that they could identify with someone on screen in a Marvel film for the first time and how much it meant to them. But then there's so many other communities that haven't been represented as much either, and I think it's terrible. You know, the world is richer for just celebrating all of us and learning about all of us and finding ways to respect each other and just help each other, lift each other up, not keep each other down to, you know, advance ourselves.
No, that's like it's interesting how much of like kind of leaning into that. I mean, I think I've seen Disney have their first gay character about 40 times at this point.
They have, yeah. For a blink and you miss it, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a. I don't know what they're trying to like achieve with that, because I feel like there's, like you said, there's so many firsts that Disney could go. They don't need to like recycle one in the hope that it, like people think, oh yeah, I didn't see the second or the fourth or the seventh. So it's interesting from a like when there's so much more diversity that Disney could be doing in their shows. Like for example, I'm pretty sure there was like a Disney film that's just came out that people have like not heard anything about because they've just undermarketed it.
Right.
I'm trying to remember which one it was.
There's one in cinemas right now called Strange World or something like that.
I think that's the one actually.
Yeah.
And it's like they're, you know, it's getting like a lot of the kind of the media, like the kind of entertainment media, have been saying, oh well, it's failed. It's like it's not doing well in the box office and all this sort of stuff. But like, there's not been any push to like market it in any way. I think sometimes that causes a bit of issue as well when you've got companies that are maybe too afraid of upsetting certain people on social media.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the one thing I want to see more of, you know, when it's Pride Month, all these companies come out and they march in pride parades around the world and try and get their logos visible. But that's great. But where are you in August? Where are you in November? Speak up. Like, why are we left by ourselves the rest of the year and you're claiming you're such a great ally for that 1 month? You know, just step up. That's why I keep saying, be an ally all year round.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, it's always interesting when I see the logos from it. Like it, obviously, it's very country specific as well. So like you see the comparison of when the rainbow logos go up, and then you look like you look internationally, and you see which countries have either like just not bothered. They've not bothered to change the logo, and obviously there's some countries that like we've still got a lot of work to do. They've still got a lot of things to do when it comes to LGBT rights. But I do think it's kind of this like overly corporate, not very like I don't want to say hypocritical, but it's like it's really inauthentic. And as you said, like if it disappears in August, like what's the point in it at all?
I always find it very telling if some organisations or TV companies, for example, will have a pride group, which is amazing, and they'll change their logo during Pride Month. But just look and see if their main channel's done that too, because they usually have millions more followers.
Yeah.
And and how quickly after Pride Month do they remove that logo?
Yeah. I mean, I think like it was something we were kind of talking about a wee bit earlier as well, where it comes to, like corporations do the kind of same thing when it comes to being like climate change and being eco-friendly. They like to it's like they kind of do the greenwashing aspect of it, and like they kind of do. I think it was woke washing when Fiona was in the stream. It was like we were talking about like woke washing, or it's either that or kind of this kind of pretend allyship that's very, very corporate, that probably needs a wee bit more effort done to actually get it to where it needs to be.
Absolutely.
But no, that's very fair. I'm just wondering, do you want to give yourself a wee shout out at all? Is there any links or anything that you want to plug?
Sure.
Obviously the Sarah O'Connell show, but I'll let you wrap that up.
Sure, thank you.
No worries.
Let me see. So, the first thing, I'd love it if you could all subscribe to the Sarah O'Connell Show on YouTube. I am on Twitter in diminishing amount at the moment, which is Sarah O_Connell. You can also find me on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok at Sarah O'Connell Show, and I've just joined Mastodon as well, but I won't say that because it's about 10 miles long, and I'm joining about 400 other things at the moment to find a new Twitter just in case.
Yeah, it's
But mostly YouTube.
that's something we're all doing at the moment. We're looking for the Twitter alternative. It was actually the one thing I was concerned about the most when it came to doing this charity stream, because there's always a good feeling if anyone's following the conversation on social media and talking about the stream on social media. I was really, really anxious that we wouldn't get the like the visibility, because I think like Twitter's kind of collapsing in on itself at the moment,
A bit,
which isn't too great.
I've been researching carrier pigeons and smoke signals and Morse code, and I mean the other day I even considered just phoning someone up or visiting them. It's got that bad.
Whoa!
I know, like the olden days.
You're not going to push me that far yet. I'll stick with my Zoom calls.
Exactly. I mean the main person I speak to on a daily basis is just the postman who's bringing about 50 Amazon things I forgot I ordered.
Brilliant. No, that's good. I think just double checking on our time, we're good. You're more than welcome to stay on, Katie, if you like. Sorry, not Katie, Sarah. I'm losing it here. You're more than welcome to stay on if you want, but I know that you were short on time, so you're also more than welcome to pop back on.
I'm available for as long as you want me or need me to be here.
Fantastic. Well, in that case, you're more than welcome to stay and chat. We'll be kind of doing the same kind of conversations as well. And I'll be trying to complete this game. I'm having a time of it at the moment. I'm not doing very well.
You've got plenty of time to do it. And of course,
yeah, I do.
The main thing, again, is thank you so much to anybody who has tuned in and survived this 30 minutes of me chatting. But it's for a really good cause. Please do support Connor and support Galop UK as well in any capacity. If you can't afford to donate anything, just amplify them, share their links, share their social medias and all that good stuff.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yeah, we'll see how we get on. We are 7.5 hours in. And yeah, well, we're getting there. We're
I'm
nowhere.
rooting for you. You're gonna do. You're gonna smash this. You're gonna do it.
Oh, we are.
You're gonna be feeling great. The game's gonna be complete, and gonna hit your fundraising goal. It's all gonna be tremendous.
Yeah, exactly. We just reached 1,000 before you joined us, and we've now extended that a wee bit more. I see in chat that you're also getting a couple of subs on YouTube. So that's good.
Thank you to anybody that is doing that. Lots of love to everyone listening to this and to you as well. And I'm sure you're going to get a trillion more people donating when Katie's on as well.
Oh,
Hi.
Hi, Katie. 1 second. Thanks very much, Sarah. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
Bye, Sarah. Bye, Sarah.
Oh, hi. Bye.
You can wave at each other as you go past.
Yeah.
We speak online all the time. We've never spoken. Hi.
Yeah.
Oh,
hi.
brilliant.
And
Well,
on
that-
that note,
I was going to say, I could just sit back. You could do the rest of the stream for me.
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
How-
We could keep it going a week, couldn't we?
Yeah. I mean,
Let's just do it up to Christmas.
I think I'd have to use my PC for something else. Man, you have to use it for work, but aye.
You can multitask.
Oh,
Enjoy
yeah.
your chat. I'm going to leave you both to it, and lots of love to everybody.
Thanks very
Bye.
much, Sarah.
Take care.
Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good, thanks. Full of food. I just ate loads of food really quickly.
Nice.
But I'm
What did
good.
you-
I'm
what did you
drinking
have?
some mulled wine. I had a pie, and it
Nice.
was like sweet potato and goat's cheese, so it was really good.
Ah, that sounds incredible. That sounds
Yeah.
that sounds really good. And now you're chilling with mulled wine as well. That's even better.
Yeah. I'm having a
Ah.
Christmas day. I've got my reindeer knitted jumper on and put up the Christmas tree. And...
Oh, sorted. We were originally going to be putting up the Christmas tree last week, and then we instead had to lay new flooring. So,
Oh.
and then this weekend's a write off because I'm not available to do anything. So it'll be
Right.
it'll be Monday afternoon's job when I wake up from this.
Yeah.
Katie, I was wondering, is there any chance you could give yourself a wee introduction to chat for those of who don't know you?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Katie Montgomery. Basically, I argue a lot on the internet with people. I am a feminist and LGBT rights activist and trans woman. And I don't know, I just made a Twitter and then just argued with people. And then suddenly, well, after years and years and years, people just started following me. And now here I am. I'm also on YouTube and all the other things like TikTok, if anyone's interested. And I talk about LGBT rights and make people feel silly about being bigoted. So, yeah, it's good.
I've got to ask. Obviously you deal with so much shit on fucking Twitter day in day out. How do you cope with that? Because it just seems to be non-stop.
Yeah, I mean, I do get a lot,
Yeah.
and sometimes it, I guess part of it is I'm just desensitized to it because I've done it so much. And when you post like a selfie and then get like 5 idiots come in and saying something horrible, like that's my kind of baseline. So that's meaningless to me, and it's often just a chance to humiliate some idiots. And I quite like when they come and write something stupid, and then I write like some snappy comeback. It's like a little logical challenge to try and embarrass them in the shortest amount of words that I can. So that kind of thing's good. But seeing the like grim stuff or the the much heavier stuff, I guess I have a couple of ways of dealing with it. And one of my main ways is to just really rationalize my position and kind of lean back on the fact that who I am and my position and stuff is justified, because sometimes someone says something horrible, they come up and say, oh, you're a trans person, disgusting, or whatever, and your emotions can be very easy for your emotions to react to that and make you feel awful. But if you just remind yourself, this is ridiculous, like there's no difference to someone being disgusted that you're LGBT as if they were disgusted by like your hair color or the amount of fingers you have or what anything that you just have. It's just a part of you. So when someone comes up and says like, ugh, a trans person, to me it's just like as if they come up and said like, ugh, someone with blue eyes. I'm just like, well, You're just stupid then, aren't you? I mean,
Yeah, no,
this
that's
is ridiculous.
Nah,
So
it's
lots of it's that.
cool. That's a good way of viewing it, because I think for like lots of people, particularly on Twitter, when you see like doom scrolling and like all the rest of it gets in, it can be really, really sometimes quite challenging for people to get into like the wrong headspace where like they really do think everything's kind of doom and gloom, when the reality is that these people are a very vocal and horrible minority, though. Like they are,
For sure, yeah.
like they're definitely. I mean, one of the things that so I primarily exist on Tumblr. I prefer Tumblr over Twitter for reasons that are kind of obvious, because Twitter's a bin fire.
Yeah.
But like Tumblr's not like a transphobe free zone, and like any sort of like I realised that you can send like anonymous asks on Tumblr, so you can like send people anonymous messages that people then reply to, and I got like I was getting loads and loads of horrible ones, but what Tumblr allows you to do is block anonymous messages from the individual that's sending them. And
Okay, yeah.
so I deleted one of like I blocked the person who'd sent one anonymous message, and in return 40 messages were deleted just because it was just one person.
Oh
And I
really?
think-
Oh yeah, because you
yeah.
can make like lots of Tumblrs on one account or something, can't you?
Yeah, you can have like a bunch of different blogs and stuff, and that can like cause riot. And I suppose it's kind of the same with Twitter, where people can have multiple Twitter accounts, and that's how they kind of exist on the platform. I don't know why they don't have something better to do with their time, but but there we go.
I think it gives them like lots of these people obviously have some kind of self-worth issue, and they look at groups that society says are worse, and that's where they get their worth from. They think like, I'm a rubbish person, but at least I'm not, an LGBT person. And so that's where they do it, and it's like their way of constantly giving themselves value. So I think that when someone's doing that, I mean, maybe it's not necessarily the most positive way to deal with these people, but sometimes, I spend have spent a lot of my time trying to win people over and, listen to what they're saying and give them space and etc. But sometimes the best thing to do is just humiliate them. And if they come in, like, acting all like better than you just because of who they are, and then you just kind of humiliate them in front of all their friends, then it's quite satisfying. So.
Yeah, get a good kick out of it. Yeah, no, that's a good way of viewing it. So I've realised I've missed my icebreaker as people are screaming at me in chat. What's something that you have achieved this year that you're particularly proud of, and what would you like to do next year? Like, is there a one goal you have?
What have I achieved this year? I don't really know. I mean, I don't know. Not really that much, I guess. I mean, just kind of carrying on, chugging on, doing things. I guess this year's been like a return to normal or not a full return to normal afterwards, but some kind of return to life after lockdown and stuff. So I'm pleased that I've just gone to see some live music again. I feel like that's my biggest achievement, is seeing some bands, going to festivals, meeting my friends, seeing my brother, because he lived in another country and I didn't see him for the whole of lockdown. So they're the kind of things that I'm most pleased with from this year. But next year, I think it's going to be more of an action year. Maybe some people in chat will know from my YouTube, I had this series called Turf Wars, which I did 3 seasons worth of, where basically we looked at the news in Turf Island and debunked the arguments, laughed at the people, and just the goal was to make people feel better. And that's coming back for season 4. And if anyone is in chat doesn't know, I've been saying that for ages, but I've got all of the assets and stuff ready to go. So that's going to be next year, I think, straight away in January. And so I'm excited for that. So that's my big thing for next year.
Nice, brilliant. So today we're raising money for Galop, as you know, and what we were hearing from the CEO of Galop, earlier. So our first speaker, Lenny Morris, came on, and we were talking about the need for tailored support. So Gallup obviously at the moment they run 3 hotlines, So there's one for kind of like abuse, there's one for like hate crime, and there's one for conversion therapy or conversion practices. And I think there's a fourth one coming out, particularly surrounding domestic abuse next year, I believe. And so it's more just to get your take on that as a kind of first start to the conversation. Like, obviously being able to supply kind of like tailored services to a community, like, it's specifically LGBT people who have experienced domestic abuse, as opposed to like a broader domestic abuse umbrella, and kind of the need for services like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important, because I do think that general services are important too, because I guess you have this situation where sometimes the general services, like you could just have like a general support charity that tries to help people in need, but then maybe there's so many different ways in which you can support people. You might not think, oh well, we can't train everyone to be a specialist in domestic violence, and then when you do have someone who suffered from domestic violence, then maybe they won't get the best possible help. Or not to say that the charity would be slacking or anything, but there's so much there, and it's a whole specialist field. And then with I think then you could end up with a domestic violence charity, obviously, but then the way being LGBT interacts with that definitely changes sort of how the situations people find themselves in and the things that people are concerned about. And I think that straight cis people can often miss like some of the extra concerns that LGBT people have and the extra difficulties in their life. So then it's good to have specialist services for that. But I think obviously it would be great if you could have a specialist service for every thing that anyone might face, and with an expert. And I guess it's the balances of finding where that line is, so that you can train the most people and have the most funding for a service. But I think having LGBT ones, or sort of ones that focus on non sort of traditional whatever, I don't know how to say it, but I
think I totally get what you mean.
Yeah, I think that's important, just because otherwise you might end up with a situation where people are expected to be in certain relationship roles or certain patterns, and just not the person who's trying to help just doesn't understand what the major issues are. So yeah, sounds like a good idea to me.
No, cool. So obviously kind of talking through what the amount of work that kind of Galop do in regards to that, and they obviously do a lot on the research side as well. So they do a lot of research that kind of helps inform policymakers, because obviously there's Gender Recognition Act reform hopefully coming through in the Scottish Parliament soon, and then of course there's the Westminster side of that as well. And I'm suppose like what we kind of heard when the end in the conversion therapy, when that kind of came around in Westminster, and Westminster were kind of gonna like the kind of
they're not going to do anything. They're just going to ignore it. Yeah.
Yeah.
This government won't do it for sure.
Yeah. You think so? You think Rishi Sunak's not going to bother?
No, I think he's like the only real things he said about LGBT people is just some quite open anti-trans stuff, and he hasn't done anything else, has he? I don't see why. It's not a win for them. They know they're going to lose the next general election. They don't want to do it. Like, the only reason they would advance LGBT policy anyway is if they thought it would help them in some way, and it's not going to, so they won't. I don't think that any of them care. And lots of them are anti. So
do you see? I mean, do you see I mean, it's going to be a Labour government probably that come in. There's only really one replacement. But like, do you see Labour actually running with it? I know that obviously Labour's got their own kind of problems.
I hope.
Yeah.
I'm not a like political party expert or anything. I feel like I'm more about understanding the issues and knowing the arguments. I know that there's so much internal politics stuff. I don't really have any faith in Keir Starmer as a person, or as a leader, but that doesn't mean that he won't do it. We'll have to see. But I think there's definitely a chance. I think there's a chance that they will do a conversion therapy ban, and I think that's much easier for them because it's less politically muddied by years and years of media campaigning, and it's just such an obvious win. You know, they can just say we've outlawed the torture of LGBT children. Like that's just
it's a no-brainer.
Especially for a government that's pretending to be progressive. You know, it's like Conservatives can just ignore it, but for Labour that would be such a dunk. They can say Conservatives have neglected, you know, our people too much, and that's why we're doing this, whatever. But for GRA reform, I mean, they have said they're going to do it, but the thing is, though, I mean, without getting too into gender critical politics and stuff, I do think that they're obviously trying very hard to get sort of support in Labour because they can see what's coming, the gender critical movement, and they're going to obviously find it much harder, though they do have some. But I think when the government switches over, and because we've had like a increasingly far right government for you know a decade, and I think that the gender critical will lose a lot of their support and a lot of their power, and that means if Labour just sat on the gender recognition reform for a couple of years and then did it, they're just the media machinery there to make you know, make things up about it and cause people to panic and stuff just won't really be there. That's what I'm feeling. So it's possible.
I mean, I've always kind of wondered, like, for the gender criticals or transphobes in the UK, like where does their energy go when like gender recognition reform is passed and like not much changes? Like the world doesn't end as they've been predicting for like so long. Like
because I've been thinking about this and discussing this with people recently. Because it looks like Scotland's gonna pass it.
Hopefully.
Soon. In some form and probably in quite a decent form. Not perfect, but decent. But so there's two things that I'm thinking about this, and one is looking at the response to the Kira Bell case. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but so basically a detrans woman with help from all the gender critical groups sued the NHS or something, did some kind of judicial review, and basically the original ruling was all trans healthcare for trans kids effectively is banned. There was some loopholes and stuff, but and that was horrific. And that was, you know, seeing that happen was honestly probably one of my worst days of my life, actually. Just talking to all these parents of these kids who are, you know, suffering and not knowing what their futures were, and watching the trans community react to that, it was despair and defeat, but also like, we have to do something about this. We have to change this. Then a year later, there was an appeal of that, and it got just totally destroyed, and the judge said the original ruling should have never happened because it shouldn't have. It was completely ridiculous. And then when that happened, the reaction from the trans community was like, oh, it was so good, it was such a big celebration, such a relief. And then when we were all despairing, the gender criticals all came gloating, obviously, like, you know, you can't mutilate children anymore, whatever. But then when it was repealed and you know, we were all celebrating, went to gender criticals, they just didn't even really react to it. Like, they didn't care. They just moved on to the next thing. And I kind of feel like, I know that the gender recognition reforms have been like their flagship issue. Yeah. And it's like how J.K. Rowling got involved and all this kind of stuff.
You think they'll just pivot?
I think they might just completely not react to it. Like, they'll make some fuss and they'll write a few articles, and then, or maybe even not that at all. They'll just pick something else. They'll just make a new fuss about, you know, they want to like change the Equality Act, and they'll just pick a new thing because none of this affects them. Like, that's the main thing. It affects us. It affects LGBT people. But so when bad stuff happens, like, it takes it out of us. It takes our momentum. It takes our energy. It's horrible. And when the bad stuff happens, like, from their perspective, I mean, so what? It's like, you know, it's like you know, if it's like a war, they're like invading someone else's territory and they get kicked out and they're like, oh well, we'll just go home then. I mean, it's so, but that's one possibility, and I guess the other one is that they I don't know, just make something up. I mean, they've been making it. They've been making it up all this time. So I don't know. It's going to be very hard for them to fearmonger about it when it's already the law. That's going to be it's going to be a challenge for them.
Yeah, no, I think yeah. It's weird because I would like to think that it will completely like remove the wind from their sails, like in its entirety. Like there's not going to be like they're not going to have much to stand on because it'll just like years of all this scaremongering about it has just led to like nothing. But yeah, at the same time I'm also kind of worried that like they'll just flat out ignore it, they'll pivot really hard, they'll just move on to whatever's next. That where I like I mean, to be honest, where I kind of see it, like I'd like to see it more go towards the they're not going to get anywhere, and there'll be this recognition, and I reckon if their kind of flagship attempt to prevent it fails, then it might lead to kind of I almost want to say morale issues.
I mean, I guess I would like to think that. I guess the reason why I'm less confident of that is not to be a downer or
no.
like I'm no expert, but I think so I was talking yesterday, in fact, to an Australian trans rights activist, and I think Australia is a good example. So they had this marriage alliance, I think it was called, or something like that. And Australia had their gay marriage laws change more recently than in the UK.
Yeah.
And they had this marriage alliance or whatever who was campaigning against it, and they were one of the biggest groups pushing against marriage equality. And then they lost, obviously, and then almost straight away, like I don't know how soon after, like a year or something, they just rebranded to Binary, which is the name of the group now, and they're now an anti-trans group. And like it's all the same people. It's just so transparent.
Like, what's the next thing? Yeah, fucking.
Yeah, and the thing is that it gets these lots of these people are professionals. That this is their jobs, and if your job is to oppose gay marriage, and then gay marriage passes and nothing happens and it's not bad at all, then you would lose your job unless you can think of a new thing to make up and make a fuss about. So they'll just. I just think eventually, in 20 years' time, some of the gender criticals will have just kind of disappeared, and they'll be like, policy makers in civil service or something, and they'll be horrible. And some of them will pretend they were never gender critical, but lots of them will just still be going, and they'll still be campaigning against whatever the social issue is at the time. So we'll see, but it will take the power out of the anti-trans panic at least in Scotland, at least in the short term, I think.
I mean, like
I am very positive about it overall, but looking super long term.
No, I think it's a good point. I mean, I suppose the one thing that I'd be anxious about is if Scotland, like if Scotland passed the reform and then we're waiting around for ages for the UK to do. I don't want to say to catch up, but to catch up. I wonder what the dynamic will be from transphobes in England, and what the coordination will be between transphobes in England and transphobes in Scotland to try and pretend it's worse than it is.
Right. I mean, they have to.
Yeah, I just see people being awkward about it. This isn't an animal rights stream, by the way, so killing that hippo's an achievement I have to do. Sorry.
Brutal. I think that this is going to be difficult for them because, you see them cooperating in quotes, but with the American gender criticals, and often they'll say things like, "In California, they've got self-ID in prisons and." Anyone can just say they're any sex and get put into any prison they want, and there's no checks. And that's not true.
No.
But because they'll be saying it in California, I don't know what the exact... I know the law inside out in terms of trans rights in the UK, and I know very well for England, and Scotland is so similar, and, we have similar... we both have the Gender Recognition Act, it's just slightly different, etc. with California, I can't just say, "Oh no, this is false. I know where you've made this up from." This, here's.
Yeah,
But with Scotland, I can. And when they're like, "Oh, in Scotland, this there's no men left. Everyone identifies as a woman or whatever."
yeah.
I'll just be like, "Well, that's bullshit, mate."
Yeah, it's going to be a lot easier to kind of point to it and be like, "Well, no, that's not true."
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think that'll be it'll be a lot easier because I think a lot of the we've been talking about this a wee bit in like earlier parts of the stream when it comes to like some of the shite that you'll see in the UK has been like wholly imported from like the US, like the culture worry type stuff.
Yeah.
Has been imported and then it's like gained traction here because obviously there's been some big names kind of behind it, but it does all kind of emerge from this like kind of Christian right.
Yeah.
If you think about the it was when the Roe v. Wade was overturned in the US, and then you immediately saw kind of like similar groups in the UK suddenly getting like lots of interviews and stuff like that. And that's always a bit of an eyebrow raise to see.
Yeah, the thing I'm wondering if this is going to change a bit recently because obviously with Trump and Boris and that kind of wave of sort of neo-fascism almost, this kind of like swing right the whole kind of globe had, or this part of it, going in on culture wars was a big deal, and they obviously thought it was a winner. And I think with Trump at the helmet, it was. But looking at like the last American election, culture wars did not help them at all. It did quite badly.
Yeah,
they spent a lot of money on dunking on trans people, and nothing did not pay off. And Australia just had the same too. Their last election, their party, incumbent party, went really hard on transphobia and lost, and it just didn't help them at all. And in the UK, if you look at what conservative voters think is important, trans rights is the bottom of the list. They really do not give a fuck. Sorry, I don't know if I can swear.
No, you're more than welcome to swear.
Okay.
I feel like I should say that to every speaker. It's like you're fine to swear. This is a sweary stream. More often than not.
Fucking great. Well,
but
I think I'm just wondering if they're obviously Trumpism has failed, Boris has failed, Liz Truss didn't even really start. But,
yeah, she wasn't in there.
But this wave of culture war first conservatism is no longer such a clear winner. And I wonder if that means we'll get a return to where they just pretend that culture stuff doesn't matter at all, and they go all in on hating poor people.
Yeah, it's interesting how obviously the culture war stuff's it's fine to provide the initial distraction for people when there's not a cost of living crisis or anything like that, but it's really not anyone's priority. Obviously you'll have progressive people that always fight and kind of support it, but then you can't even animate your base support because they're too busy worried about their energy bill. And I think that's become super obvious. I mean, it'd be interesting, jumping back to the American elections, the midterms that's just been happening. There's I think it was, I'm not sure how often it's happened, but normally if it's a Democrat president, then the Republicans take the Senate or the House or whatever they call it. I don't know, but this was one of the times where
it's a reaction
happened. And it's interesting seeing that not happen. None of the transphobia landed, and obviously the Roe v. Wade wave has also probably, to be honest, it's probably got a lot of people walking in who are Republican and going, Ken, but I'm no fucking backing that shit. That I imagine that's the kind of thing. Oh, we've done 8 hours, hooray!
Congratulations.
Only how many hours to go? Maths. Yeah, we've got.
How long are you? 24 hours.
Yeah,
are you?
16. We've got 16 hours
16 to go. That's a
fine.
third of the way.
Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad at
That's
all.
amazing.
Do you play much video games yourself? Do you play video games in your time?
I'm not really a gamer, but I am currently playing Pokemon Violet, which is the new one.
Oh, nice.
And I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, it's like the last game I played before this was Pokemon Arceus Legends or whatever it's called. And I thought Arceus maybe. I don't know. I've never said it out loud before. But I thought that was really good, and it just needed like more. And I think this game, I was really hoping it would be that, but more. But it's not. It's like they've gone to the last one and tried to make it more like, I don't know. It's good. It is good, but I feel like it could have been better. But yeah,
okay.
I am enjoying it. It's a 9 out of 10.
But
I love Pokemon.
Only a 9 out of 10. Okay then.
Yeah, well, you know.
I believe Jay. I think Jay's just joined us. You're a
Hi,
Pokemon
Jay.
fan as well, aren't you, Jay?
I am, yes.
Oh.
And I have lots of feelings about Scarlet and Violet.
Oh yeah.
Well, you've got to let us know.
Before I go, come on.
Yeah, so I'm getting kind of fed up of saying, despite its flaws, it's great.
I know. That's what I feel like, though.
It's like the third game in a row where I'm like, oh, it's so close to perfect. But hilarious glitches and frame rate issues aside, it is genuinely probably the best game the Pokemon Company have ever pumped out.
I
It
do
just
feel
needed.
like Arceus Legends was maybe. I don't know. Maybe I enjoyed that more so far. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
I enjoyed I enjoyed a lot of stuff about Arceus more. And I kind of don't. I consider Arceus as like a spin-off, even though it's kind of not. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
all a
not
bit
main
fake.
series in the same
Yeah.
way, is it? Yeah.
Because I think Arceus was amazing and a really fresh take, and there's a lot of quality of life stuff that was in that isn't in Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah.
It's really disappointing.
But you say the best game they've made, but also you're forgetting Pokemon Pinball for the Game Boy Color.
But you know what? A fake fan here. I haven't played it. So.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Do you know? I'm slamming this down. Pokemon Pinball for the Game Boy Color, the original, not the gold and silver one, but the original one, has the best mixes of the original soundtrack out there. Full stop. It's perfect. It's like, oh, so good.
I'm just sitting here like, I remember Pokemon Red. That was a good one.
Oh, you're one of those.
It's the music from Pokemon Red,
Okay.
but like the Pokemon Red and Blue obviously being much better. Was like that music was very sort of like Nokia dumb phone kind of just monophonic beeping, and then the Game Boy Color then had more range to do sounds. So the Pokemon Pinball is all the same music but like spruced up. It's like nostalgia but with more stuff.
And with pinballs.
With
pinball. No,
there is absolutely no one in the world better at weaponizing nostalgia than the Pokemon Company. So.
Oh, absolutely. I actually have a Bulbasaur shelf in my house. They've captured me pretty badly.
Yeah, if I turn around, there are an obscene number of Pokemon things behind me. So yeah, me too. I should just set up a direct debit for several £100 a year and just be done with it. Like.
Just your whole salary just direct to the Pokemon Company.
Yeah, I'd like to eat, so maybe just a little bit for food. Otherwise,
and who needs energy?
Well, who can afford it?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's
warm nostalgia. The warm nostalgia is cheaper.
I absolutely cannot join any conversation about Pokemon. I think Charmander is like one of them, and then
he is indeed.
There's also a wee rat guy.
Rattata.
Yes.
Yeah. Which wee rat guy? Name all like 30 or whatever.
Name all the rat guys. Yeah, Bidoof. Entret.
No, I mean I remember I never collected Pokemon. I'm the worst Pokemon person ever. Like, I think Pokemon fans actually dislike me because of how little.
Yeah, I regret coming on this stream.
Yeah, I'm having second thoughts.
Oh well.
Yeah, you can leave now.
You're here now. You're here now. You can't leave. You're trapped. But like no, I mean I remember I did play Pokemon Red, and I did really enjoy Pokemon Red on like the Game Boy Advance or whatever it was. I think I had the Game Boy Advance SP. That was my go-to.
Oh, nice.
And then it had like I had one of the Game Boy Advance SPs that was like it was the flip up one that actually had screen lighting. That was cool.
Oh.
But mine's had like weird tribal tattoo swirls on the
Yeah,
back
I
of
knew
it.
that one. My brother had that one.
My cousin had that.
I had that one. So like I was cool enough to do that. It was
The coolest person in 2002.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that was the last. That was the last. That was the last time I was cool, and it was 6 years old. Bugger. But no, I was more. I played the original Donkey Kong on the Game Boy. Like the proper like big grey cartridge thing, where you played as Mario and you had to go through like all of the. You had to like travel the world.
Well, just the real Donkey Kong, the original Donkey Kong was actually the arcade machine where Mario first showed us. So
right, I'm just shit. Like there's no like I'm just a fucking garbage Nintendo.
All right,
person.
everyone. Right, we've reached the segment where we cancel I. Like, put your hot takes about I in chat right now.
Right.
Anyway, I feel like I'm stealing all your time, Jay. So it's my time to go now. It was nice to meet another Pokemon person.
Yeah, it's lovely to meet you.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck with the stream.
Thanks very much, Kate. Pleasure to have
Bye,
you.
chat.
See you later.